for His Excellency Dramani Mahama, who is going to be the First Lady. If you look at the popular stand, if my cameraman can point to the popular stand is filled already. Anticipating enthusiastic party faithful and Ghanaians who have come to witness what we know now, and what is certain is that the Vice President of Gabon has confirmed his august ceremony. Let me quickly speak to these ladies who have been singing since we came to the Black Star Square. Let's understand exactly why they've decided to move all the way from Bedruha.
5 o'clock.
Move free from. And we have four.
Every BA.
Wines and Muba.
The Pachoa Lodina.
So I am Reamamo. It's a Maba.
Oh, better Nechi. None has to say or more the man who can't Dinachi. Into your buyer, your cousin.
Now,
Mepa what the Abba say, obey Yama, obey one. Now my job. Yes, yes, Kako to baby and Esca National. Ya papa bay, ya pasa bank and wash some canapa Jumaye. Ya word Juma, Nini now, Beshamukana. Ama yadwuma yere akoso te nti ye betaye papachi na ya taya maame rodina so achi sebenwuma paba ya mankranza man no benkoso enya ne moho sa afama
ede na wo hwe nim se John Mahama be amawo na wasesene mu so ayemra ma
me pa cho Bruno is nti nkranza fo ya de yakure ne John Mahama nti ne ya to abakase pa de mano say Ghana nkwanza fo ma ya wo chiriye ya nya adwuma nya nti wase wode bangi maba bangi eba ono kura titiri kura ne ya da wa ya hwa ya yire ya hwa ya to ya bakase de ma yakuni sa wa mra na o meboa ye nti bangi ya waso wode eba sia ya so rabo sia ne ya di ya adwuma ya kwagya basi ho ya ntimi ntua enso nan se wode bangi ya bra ya ma ya benya bosia ba nsi hu kasi hinti kuna bai wandi waka wayo fasi wayo bi maye nti se su ye ni 2025 ya to abamani abama economy ya bafam na nakufu ado ama economy ya gichap atitia pransam kura nti ya ka kire ye kunu dwa mama se ya dwuma ya to.
Right, so expectations are high, especially for the Women's Bank, which is one major promise that the NEC made coming into the 2024 elections. They've promised to set up a bank purposely for women, which will give banks with relatively lower interest rates to help promote the small and medium-scale enterprise sector when it comes to the lives of women, to make life of women a little bit easy. Let's also speak to this group of women who have also come to throw their support behind His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, even as he will be inaugurated and sworn into office any moment from now. Let's also hear from them what their expectations are and where they are coming from. Good morning to you, ma'am. What's your name and which group do you belong to?
I'm Celestina, and we are JM ladies in the Upper East region. We started this group, and I can say that if you find JM ladies anywhere in the country, we are the headquarters, and we love JM so much that we came out and campaigned massively for him, and we are so happy that he won the elections, and all the promises that he made, we are counting on him, and we know he's trustworthy and he will do it for us.
Right. So for a group like this, what will be your purpose for putting it together?
Purpose, we hope that JM is our hope. We know that he's our hope. So he's coming, and then he brought first women president, and we know that he's going to open a way for we women, and we can go higher in politics. So that is what we hope.
I've been speaking to some of the ladies, and they are talking about the Women's Development Bank. Is it also something that you guys are expecting?
Yes. We are expecting the Women's Bank. It's a promise made by JM, and we know it will be executed.
Okay. Right.
Doesn't promise and fail. And having the heart for women's development, even implementing the Women Development Bank alone shows that he has the heart for women and then the empowerment of women. So we believe in him because he has done it before and he's coming to do it again. By him can be UN Secretary General, just like Kofi Annan again. And JM is the pace setter, and he's going to do it. So we believe in him.
So you guys are coming from the Upper East region, and so certainly agriculture should be something that you talk about. If you look at the drought in the very short term, what do you expect him to do to ensure that food is in abundance, especially because the northern Ghana is a food basket of Ghana?
I know very well that JM will come and continue with the supposed one village, one dam promise the failed NPP government has done. He will come and dig more dams in the Upper East region in the north. And then women especially will be able to do their farming successfully. The men as well also do their farming successfully. Once there's supply of water, because we have a very dry season in the north. So once he digs more dams, we'll be able to irrigate and then farm and develop the north. And we are hoping on him to do that. He says he's coming to put up a successful farming program. We are hoping on him to be able to do that. So the farming centers will definitely be set, and I'm sure JM will definitely do it, because when he promises, he does it.
Right. So before I wrap up with you girls, finally, apart from the Women's Development Bank, what will you say is your key campaign promise that you expect implementation?
Thank you. Honestly, I'm so much impressed about the promise made to Ghanaians about the apprenticeship. Having most of our youth engaged in various work as apprentices for free is one of the things that we're counting on him, especially in the rural areas. When you look at Upper East or the North per se, we are mostly lacking behind. So it's very inciting and it will impress us Northerners if we happen to get the nod to have most of our youth being trained either in fitting, hairdressing, whatever, handwork. In fact, it's one of the pressing promises that we have received from His Excellency, and we know that once he has delivered before, he will do massively, and we expect him to do even more. So that is just what we urge. But hopefully, we are counting on him to also ensure that Upper East gets its first airport for his first 4 years. That is what we are really crying for. Yes.
Thank you very much. And so those are Mahama ladies from the Upper East region. They are here to should be taking place any moment from now. As I said, the security architecture here at the Black Star Square is tight. I mean, if you look at the very entrance to the Black Star Square proper, if you do not have accreditation, you don't have any business making your way into the Black Star Square proper. And if you want to come in with your vehicle, then your vehicle should have the necessary accreditation that allows you to make your way with your vehicle into the Black Star Square. You should be having the VVIP pass as a vehicle to be able to, make your way into the Black Star Square where the event proper is going to be held. I've already gone through the security checks. My accreditation card checked before you are allowed to enter the Black Star Square. We can also say that business is booming here at the Black Star Square. A lot of traders have taken the opportunity to sell some money to you at saying, time and Bedrua.
Pachom Bedrua 6:30.
Okay. So
Nam buying Sujano Swe Kosu.
So far on best side.
Oh, my 20 said 300 cities.
Vuvuzela and Kwana.
Pacho enu kwa mito echensu ne mo mi ba no esan ye nti migusu mi wiye.
Ba ankasa no oba se obehwe
Na mi ba enya adinton kwa nti na mi ba.
Now oba he we need to adie hunu ne saying then I expect say yeso ni in we are o hwe efri no.
Oh, mi hwehwe say bibia bekosu yi ama ye Ghana for fi say ya brache ye nim say oba bibia bekosu yi ama ye nu ti na ye ni na ya kan bom na ye pese ye mpia no e wa adwuma obeye ama ye Ghana for no enu ti na ye na ye wa ha no.
All right, so inauguration of President-elect John Dramani Mahama here at the Black Star Square. We're still here. We'll be interacting with the many people who have come to witness this momentous event. Don't forget that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, campaigned on the back of, restoring macroeconomic stability, living in Ghana. And so a lot more people are expecting that any moment after he is sworn in, policies and actions are put together to ensure that the cost of living begins to ease a little bit so that Ghanaians begin to get some level of relief. And so when you speak to almost all the persons that we've been talking to here at the Black Star Square, their expectations are high, and the one that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama does a lot of fanatic.
Actually.
From which constituency?
I'm from Ibenia Huasubekwa constituency.
Right. When did you get here?
I got here this morning around 4:30.
Right.
Actually, we are here to at least have a view of whatever is going to happen here. And we believe this is the second independence for Ghana. Actually, Ghana has gone through a lot. Under this Akufo-Addo Bawumia government, we have seen a lot of things happening. Corruption is one thing you can't go away with. And actually the youth, we are waking up, or you have woken up to see that Ghana is going to be better. And of course, Ghana is going to be better as under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama promising us with 24 hours economy, which I can say is the one of the best policies Ghana is ever going to have. And actually, looking at whatever is going on, the youth are all crying. This e-levy, of which it's killing us, the betting tax and everything that John Dramani Mahama has promised to take it away. And we are expecting to happen within these few weeks, because he promised us within the 120 days that is going to happen. I am here, and I'm very happy to be part of this history. And I believe God is never going to shame NDC, and he's never going to shame anybody, because once we have the gallant boys at the parliament, Ghana is going to have the best of it time. And we know things are going to happen in the right way as we all want. Within 4 years, he was able to do a lot. So if I'm expecting a lot, I believe it is good for me to expect a lot. Because within 4 years, we all can believe the number of roads he built. He built E-blocks. He did a lot of things. Hospitals, you can't go away with it. So if he's able to do a lot within 4 years, then I am expecting a lot within 4 years. Actually. So he can do a lot.
You spoke about course of that particular committee.
This aura with this 5-member committee selected, I in person, I am actually impressed. Because if I see that man there, if I say that man, the North Tongue MP, if I see that gentleman on television exposing a lot of corruption activities in Ghana, and this gentleman has a lot of corruption activities in Ghana, and this gentleman has been selected as part of the team to fight against corruption, then I am well impressed that Ghana, thank you very much. My name is Edu Peter, former IT director of Bibina Huasubekwa constituency.
All right, thank you very much. That was the fight.
All right, Maurice, thank you very much. That's Maurice waited there from the Black Star Square. What we're going to do is that we're taking you across the country too. So we're moving straight to the northern region to talk to our correspondent, Mutalaisa, who's also standing by. And we'll get back to the studio. together with myself and then Thelma, will start other aspects of the program. It's our live coverage of the inauguration of President-elect His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Everything is going to happen live here on Ghana Television. We are across the entire country. We are live on radio, on Unique FM, and on our 16 regional radio stations. On the internet is gbcghanaonline.com, and on Facebook is Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, and of course, GTV2. We're also live on YouTube. Let's quickly move over to the northern region to talk to Mutala. Mutala, good morning to you.
George.
Yes,
it's
Mutala.
A beautiful morning here in Tamale, and the Hamatan sun is just coming up. It's looking very good from Ghana Secondary School, where the president-elect, soon to be president of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, spent at least 6 years. He attended Form 5 form here. I am told he is the first batch of 6 formers from Ghana Secondary School in the 70s before he proceeded to the University of. This is the dormitory where the president-elect spends his time. He was a hall prefect. He was a dorm prefect here in the 70s. And in the background here is the symbol of this house. If you can, Zulka, if you can come this way. It is called the Cabral House, the indomitable Cabral House. It is symbolized with the eagle. And the motto is set the pace, victory. Always aiming at the best. That is the motto of this house. And I have here the house prefect. President John Dramani Mahama was one time a house prefect. Well, he's smiling. I'm not too sure what this implies to him. But what I can say is that once upon a time, President John Dramani Mahama was in this young man's shoes. And so I want to find out from him how he feels that somebody, whoever occupied this position, suddenly is the president of Ghana. Zulka, thank you. You're live on Ghana Television.
All right,
how are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great, sir. All right, I'm in a person of Basir Zulka, and then currently the house prefect of the indomitable Cabral House. It's been such a good time that we find ourselves in this noble house called Cabral. You know, as each and every student, wherever you find yourself, you have to, work hard to serve the place that you find yourself in. Because not everyone that will have the opportunity to be placed at wherever you have been placed. So I found myself here in Cabral, and then we came in. We are the upcoming 2025 batch, but we reported on the ending of 2022. That's somewhere around December to January that way. House, you know, it's suddenly, and then we were there, and then
Yes, let's walk towards your colleagues whilst we talk. Yes, right. Basil. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Let's go on.
So this is Cabral House. We've been serving it for the past almost getting to a year now, because that's the time that we all our best to serve it well. Yes, we are serving it well. And then President-elect was here as the house prefect.
I'm told the house remains same apart from the paint.
Yes.
Nothing has really changed.
Yes.
And so former president, now again President John Dramani Mahama spent his Mahama was also in this school. And so President John Dramani Mahama found his wife here. They were either continued until they became a couple, and today soon to be inaugurated as president and first lady. Let me see if I can interact with some more students. Basiru, I will get back to you. Right. If you can join me, how are you doing? You're fine?
Yeah.
Well, they are running, many of them are running away. All right. So Basiru spent his time as a hall prefect.
Yes.
And so we are going to that cubicle. John Dramani Mahama was a student.
Yes.
This is the hall. This is the cubicle for the prefect.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So if you are hall prefect,
yes.
so currently you are here.
Yes, we are here.
But in the 70s, John Dramani Mahama was here
as the house prefect of this noble house, Cabral House. Yes, and he did a very good job to serve it, as we are doing now. We saw it that, he looked up, he set the pace, at victory. That made him to serve this house as was the landlord of this house. So we're also doing the same here. We're also aiming high, looking up to the sky so that we can fly up like the eagle. So as you can see, this is the noble, rooms. This bed contains, this room actually contains.
Do we know the bed on which he was sleeping?
It's actually in this bed. On this
okay,
bed. This
the
is
top here.
The top here.
Okay.
This is the bed that he was on.
Is it the reason why you have put you have covered it in white?
Yeah, that is just how it has been.
Okay.
Understand? Yes, because the president-elect where he was shouldn't be. Scattered. It should be the same as it was when he was here. Yes, it should be the same. So that's why we just kept it in this way to symbolize the time that he was here, how it's going to be, how it was, and then how it is now. This is the same as this one. So this is where he was, and then the rest of the beds here are his colleagues. Maybe the other prefects, or maybe his junior. And then this down here was where his junior was. Because probably if the senior is on top here, the junior has to be down. And if the senior is down, the junior have to be on top. So this is where his junior was actually, living with him. Yes, and this chair. There's a wall here, there's a fan, so he will sit here comfortably and then do whatever he
Okay,
wants.
Basiru, let's step out briefly. So, George, you are seeing the humble beginnings of the president. Behind me, you have some of the students. Many of them are willing to talk. If you don't mind, can you join me on camera? Can you come closer? You're live on Ghana television. What's your name?
My name is Adam Issa.
Tell me, what do you know about the president-elect? Are you aware that he was once in this house?
Yeah, I was aware.
And how does that make you feel?
It made me feel like I feel like I dream like being like him one day. And he was here. He was proud to be here and he learned hard to be like the president. So when I'm also here, like I also think like one day I could be like him or something very important.
Do you have plans to become a politician yourself one day?
Yeah, I have plans. And other things.
All right. So you find this young man here. He is telling us that being in the same house as the former president, now president-elect John Dramani Mahama, he feels that he is capable. He has the potential to accomplish anything that he wants to do, and he's just telling us that he has desires to become a politician himself. You have the hall prefect here, Basiru Zulka, and he is the prefect. Earlier on, you saw the cubicle where the president-elect spent his time in the 70s. We are told that his O-level was here. Just before they completed the O-level, they started the first batch of A-level. So he joined that group and wrote his A-level before proceeding. Let's say hello to Ghana television. Let's cheer up. Hello. Okay, so when you go home, remember to continue watching Ghana television. We are here with you. We will be back. And so thank you very much for your time. So George. Yes, George. So I was telling you that the First Lady Lordina Mahama and John Dramani Mahama met on this campus and became a couple, and they have been together since then. There's a story in Tamale. Anytime you are in a secondary school about secondary school students telling each other when they talk to each other, saying, "Look, you never know. We may become." I've been hearing this for sure. Story in town.
It's true. Because each level students, as they found themselves here, and they are looking high to the president-elect and then Lodina, how they were coping with each other here. We people here, you understand? Because some of us, that's how we are relating. There are some people, you see them, they'll be walking in pairs.
In pairs.
Just like the way President-elect and the Lodina was used to be by then. So people, we all have the passion of becoming
George.
them one day.
George.
Yes, Mutala.
This guy has ambitions, George.
I can actually see that. Mutala, would they have the opportunity to watch the entire ceremony this morning? Is the authorities at the school going to allow them to watch the inauguration?
Yes, they are going to watch that in the staff common room. The plan is that they'll be sitting together. So we'll be coming to you live with the most of the students in the staff common room later in the day. So yes, they'll be watching the inauguration here.
Okay, all right. Mutala, thank you very much. So that's a correspondent coming from the northern part of this country. That's Ganasco, where the president-elect attended his senior high school. He took us to his room. He was the house prefect for that particular house in there. He took us to the room there where exactly the president-elect slept when he was at that particular school, somewhere in the 70s. We'll be taking you across other parts of the country to pick the mood and the feel in those areas. We'll take you to the central region, where is the home region for the vice president-elect. Anything that you need to know, as stated earlier. Earlier, we picked reports from Maurice, who is at the Blaster Square. We still have other correspondents who are stationed in various positions at the Blaster Square. And our regional correspondents are also ready with various reports. But I've been joined by Thelma. And hi, Thelma.
Hello, George.
How do you feel this morning?
I feel great. I think that it's going to be a very, very beautiful day. The weather promises to be very, very nice. A bit warm, but it's not unlike any we haven't seen at previous inaugurations. And I'm looking forward to the first female vice president of Ghana.
Imagine.
So a great moment for all women, I think.
How many inaugurations have you covered so far?
I did the one, JM's first one.
Okay.
And the ones after that until now.
After that. Okay, all right. Your expectations for today's event?
I expect that it should go pretty straightforward because we already have the members sworn in. Once they get seated, I think the dignitaries will be. We are likely to see the past presidents who are able to make it, also making it to the ceremony. I'm not quite clear if President Akufo-Addo will be there, but I'm sure that because it's a state function, there will be room to accommodate him and the vice president. He's still president for the next few hours. So that's what I'm expecting to see. You know, that right arm of fellowship, the good stuff that Ghana has been known for, very, very smoothly. And I don't expect today to be very much different because I think that President Mahama has done this before and he knows exactly the weight.
Understand, because that's the expectation almost everybody has got. He's been there before and he's coming back at a time where people are actually saying that they need some sort of quote-unquote a sigh of relief to get some space in terms of the living conditions and all that. He should deliver, and that's exactly what you have said. But God, without expecting what's actually going to happen.
The ideal and the reality do not always match. So in an ideal situation, we should learn from our mistakes and know what to do and what not to do. But the reality is sometimes we are thrust into situations and we have to quickly react. And that reaction may not always be what should be, you know, the right thing to do necessarily. But it's how quickly we can respond.
And he's given us some promises within 120 days. We'll talk more about that. But for now, everything has got to do with the inauguration and what to expect and how best we can actually carry out things. Within this republic, I should say that this fourth republic has been
most eventful.
The most eventful has been this very sustained one for us and the best one that we can actually hit our chest and boast of what's really happening. I was talking to some our listeners on radio, I think yesterday. Mozambique went through elections. The opposition was not so much happy with that. They sent the issue to court. The court actually ruled in favor of this particular month. Unfortunately, there are challenges in their political unrest. A lot of the citizens have actually moved to Malawi, having challenges in there. But our story is different. We went through the whole process. Even with the parliamentary challenges and everything has been very peaceful. Everything has been very good. And Ghana still becomes the standard when it comes to democracy here in Africa.
And I think that, you know, we don't pat ourselves on the back enough. Yesterday in Parliament, or at midnight, so it's early this morning in Parliament, we saw, you know, the admission by both sides that, listen, our people are going to take part in this 9th Parliament, and they will, you know, go through the consequences that come out of disobeying or disregarding the directive from the court to Parliament not to or at least to bring them up to speed on what the implications are if they should decide to carry on with it. And it tells us how far we've come, that there are laws there for a reason. And if we trust that those laws will be followed, then we are more likely to behave a certain way. But if we don't believe that the laws will be followed, then that is where there will be some, disturbance or, a hint of dissatisfaction.
Okay, all right. Let me take you back to the Blaster Square. We're going to talk to Maurice, who is on the grounds there. Maurice, back to you. Good morning. Yeah.
Blasting in the background, the atmosphere charged in anticipation of the swearing in of President-elect His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. That event is expected to start around 10 a.m. As I said already, this is what we know, that the President of Gabon has confirmed he's going to be at this particular event, has also confirmed he's going to be attending this event. The President of Gambia, Guinea-Bissau, the Vice President of Tanzania, the President of Namibia, the President of Equatorial Guinea, and the Vice President of Uganda, and the President of DR Congo have all confirmed their participation at this event. As you can hear in the background, especially at the popular stand, where the party faithful, excited as they are, have taken position already. Some of them have been here since dawn. Some of them made their way to the Black Star Square as late as last night, making sure that they are a part of this particular event, which is bringing the NDC back into the governance structure of the Republic of Ghana. Quickly, I will speak to some of them who have flanked me already, wanting to express their views and also wanting to say reasons why they've come here from far and near to witness this event. Let me speak to you. Good morning to you. What's your name?
I'm Bob Blessing, from Japan, North Town. I've been here from 4 o'clock because I'm so excited because I'm going to reset the economy. Resetting the economy is our mission because we've been under pressure for so long. We suffer for 8 good years with nothing. Things are rising each and every day. But now, to cut the rulings, that if they never come to intervene in this election, then Ghana will die. Ghana will not be alive again. And they've wake up. They've heard my prayers. They've heard my libation. So I know, knowing that even Akufo-Addo himself voted for Mahama. Yeah. New Ghana, new economy, new generation. Rastafari. Zahen food to the world. Blessed.
Right, where are you coming from? When did you get
from Council?
Okay.
Yeah, so you south. Yeah, free man council of west. But yaba no jama mantine ba. Jamama hudo said ye Ghana enko yenti. Ana ye boy hu eyejimaden edi jo Mahama eba se anedai ye dinisi konyano so ama jo Mahama hwe Ghana amaye ama sunwie enumonyam obi biara ewo ha wo jo Mahama bema obi anya hoto ewo Ghana afiwe ye 2025 wi ni nti enu nti na egina Accra se ahanu anenu enu nti na egina ha se ye boa eye gimaden e de ye boa jo Mahama ma wono nso aba ma ye ho atoye enu nti na egina ha nti me bibia me.
So I've seen you guys drumming and drumming. Did you come here for the inauguration ceremony?
Yes.
Or you came here to drum and be actually?
Mimi free apa is Bolgatanga Navrongo. Mikrom Kwanwa. Satam na Mahama was na 100 series, 80 series, and 5 million. Mahama eba was a minya nijie. Mahama tie me amisrano oba onsha say ya bibia boy ting betie ahoma profo amanyimu ayeni ndisika maye adwuma safro abofra sebesin na mini boafo wese Mahama ba na obebo oman Ghana na nkola na mo talent no yetime ma omuso na daachi yewu a onyankopon wambusaye
na ejuma eda omampeni Mahama enim no ejuma kese pa esanse nyama bebre enkoye sere wokaye no enti se eba ne se de wo hwehwe no unsanka obende
onyankopon tumi ne adom no ntimi wogidie se me nsamba ka every say onyankopon suma Moses so wamrambeje oman Israel but erade suma Mahama so wamrambeje oman we I'm a virgin media no because me a dancer me say cultural man onyame atamade na me yamumwa Misramu moye let's hear him on your TV just say baby GTV yes me say on GTV say logo original I'm a virgin
that's it and so when you listen to the people we've been speaking to so far, expectations are high. They expect that the incoming government turn things around to ensure that the cost of living begins to improve, so they are able to have better lives. We'll continue to talk to some of them. Where are you coming from? From the Upper East region?
Yeah, me from Accra here. And then 1957. So what I say? Me a movie actor. I act movie. Because one of my movie, I wear bass movie. Me act movie, but many caliber don't do no act movie. But I'm not penny by no akufuado. My promise be pray. But up to now, one grab and me I am my up to now. One promise, the man penny want me and why. The movie industry was coach right then as a pager. I love movie. I move here Juma and then 1957 my Ghana. So you know the Bible was a JM want me Juma and my sir.
Okay. Now also so for us now free.
Me pastor from me Miss Asana Miss Agoro from Great Winning for Savannah region. And no say any people pray free Savannah region by aviation center dam no bia timi akobe bi free by course dream na GTV for dam asepa no program we be convey dam asepa na adwuma pa mo on my Ghana stress Jama ni ba obeyi enyankum diem obia na GTV enko na enim sa ye chi obia.
Right, let me also quickly speak to this man who has been eager to also say a thing or two and express his view.
Yeah, ya nyini kakra ya hu say send the John abaya no aye say the nkuruma age independent ama Ghana ya mbasi kanti ya ngasa na efa ya ka ba until I be boise obe free temu no kita Ghana said the nkuruma kita Ghana tete no na tanti na eba ye rolling sajik anka John amba ka Ghana ahia wie nkuruma ko ye rolling sabe ye Ghana ye MPP for sabe say Ghana John be sabe be ye ni ye tanti na eba ye me ya pe kusogo constituency.
So let's go to the Popular Stand area. There is a jamboree there, as you can see in your shot. If the cameraman can follow me, some mini party ongoing here right in front of the Popular Stand. It's a charged environment of some cultural dance and display from northern Ghana. As we see, the dancers very much excited from the Black Star Square, the Popular Stand area. Even before the main event begins, these guys taken to the grounds to entertain the people and also express the Black Star Square here in Accra, where President John Dramani Mahama is going to be sworn in any moment from now. So let's also quickly get close to a stand, eagerly waiting to witness the event proper. Good morning to you, sir. What's your name? How long have you been here?
Oh, this morning. I came here around 2 o'clock. That's exactly 2:30, yeah.
Think it was necessary you come to view this? You could have watched it on TV.
Come again.
I'm saying, why did you think it was necessary you came here yourself?
Oh yes, I just want to come and see the occasion, to hold the occasion. You see, Ghana, we are celebrating the Independence Day. So I have to come all along from Zoom and then come and watch this very important ceremony. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I see this young. Good morning to you. What's your name? Let's speak to this senior. How long have you been? What's your name? How long have you been here?
Hamzia. That's my name.
Which region? Which constituency?
Tamale.
And how long have you been here?
That's our 2 days.
About 2 days ago. I'm saying, what do you expect of the Mahama-led incoming government?
We need help.
Which kind of help?
Like workers. We want workers.
What do you do yourself? A tailor?
A tailor.
Thank you very much. We are still at the popular stand of the Black Star Square, which is the event ground for the swearing-in ceremony of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Let's also talk to this woman draped in NDC colors. Good morning to you, ma'am. What's your name? How long have you been here?
I can speak.
No, I will.
Okay. I'm called Forgive Kumasa. I'm from Kotobabi. My aim for coming here that is Mahama was won the sea. So we just come to welcome him to the palace. And the meaning of the pot is the pot can cook food for the whole world to eat. And as for the umbrella,
why did you decide to come here this time?
Just to enjoy myself or to see my new president.
And what are your expectations of your new president?
You say?
What are your expectations of your new president?
Oh, I pray for him that he should do well. He shouldn't come like the one who has gone. So that's why I wish to come and see so that he should change his mind and see for us.
So here at the Black Star Square, the atmosphere in a frenzy. So for those who will be watching from the this popular stand, there's a huge screen which has been provided for them to have a feel of the ceremony because they are not able to get closer to the days where the main activity will be held. And so those at the popular stand will be viewing the event live from this giant screen we see in front of us. I'm here at the Black Star Square. As I said, expectations very much high. Anybody that we've spoken to thus far says that he expects that the incoming government led by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama make, reality a lot of the promises that he has made even into the 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections. Let's speak to this gentleman as well. Good morning to you. What's your name and where are you coming from?
If you have Kamoro, because if you are Santa Regan, Pechibanko, if you buy it, Yaura, Jawama don't in a my buyer. You better have the Chama Bibiako Suyi, Toto, Intina buy, until you buy a money and buy.
Now, then, Pana was Sheffrey, I buy a baby.
Oh, dear, I buy it, I'm saying, kind of correct. Why are dear Gassa? Why are dear? Jim said, dear Obia, no, but to us, my Bibiako Yamai. The Obia, but to us, my Bibiako Yamai. I buy it.
Thank you very much. Another party, supporter, very much confident in the incoming government, hoping that the government led by John Mahama turn things around and bring some relief into the Ghanaian economy. Good morning, Bachelor Frost.
My name is Kafri Kusibe. I come from home. came for home. I came here 3 days today. But I don't see any place to sleep. Oh, I just went outside and went bed for market B. Mosquito did me my bread.
I still decided to be here.
Yeah, I said want to be here. I gotta show my level for here. Say my father is going to swear for this year. That's why I came for whole 2 years. I'm not saying a place to sleep.
What's the meaning of what you carry on your head?
I'm looking for my father. That's why I'm carrying this thing. Checking. I'm checking my father. Mahama. I'm checking. I don't see him. So I'm checking. All my kerosene is also finished. So I need someone to buy it from me. This kerosene is finished. I need someone to buy my kerosene from me. But I don't see anybody to buy it from me. I don't see. But if you can give me money to buy some crazy, I'll take it. Will you give me money to buy crazy? Oh, my friend, this money.
All right. Thank you very much. So, I mean, we've been bringing you those interactions from the many party supporters who are here. As we speak, the main event ground is gradually getting full. The numbers keep increasing, but for the popular stands, those are full already. It's been like this somewhere around midnight, even into this morning. The popular stand has been occupied already. This atmosphere getting very much charged and exciting. You can see they are costuming. They should be coming from the northern part of Ghana. They've also made their way here at the Black Star Square, bringing some form of entertainment and also entertaining incoming government. So these are exciting pictures we bring you from the Black Star Square. These dancers, I can hazard a guess, are coming from northern Ghana, looking at their costuming and what have you. we're still here at the pictures of a charged atmosphere, even as the main event 10 a.m. Even as at 12 midnight on the 6th of January, this whole place, was occupied. I'm talking about the popular stand. There are some who have decided to, get closer to the day's view of the whole ceremony, even though there is a giant screen that has been provided for those who will be watching from the popular stand. The numbers here, as you can see, very much encouraging. They've traveled from across the country to come and render some support to the incoming government. They've come to also be part of this historic event for them and for their political party, which will be leading Ghana in the next 4 years. Quickly, let's try still and engage some of the party supporters who are here. Good morning to you. Good morning to you, Alaji. I see you trying to get a little bit.
I come to witness and ceremony and John Dramani Mahama.
Which?
I wish everybody well, inshallah.
And what's your name?
Moro Sasi.
Sasi. Okay, so that was Moro Sasi. He's been here since 7:30 a.m. from the Odododio constituency. We are still, bringing you sights and sounds from the popular stand here at the Black Star Square. Many party supporters clad in NDC t-shirts. A lot of them wearing white, signifying victory. Let me speak to you quickly. Good morning to you, sir. I can see you are tired. How long have you been here?
We came here 3 days today.
Whoa, 3 days today?
Yes.
Purposely to attend this event?
Yes.
From which region?
From Bimbila.
From Bimbila?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Were you given transportation or you came here by yourself?
We came here by ourselves.
And you'll be going by yourself?
We're going by ourselves.
Why did you decide to do that?
Oh, Mama is somebody that we want. So we are very grateful that he has taken the country back. Yes.
And what would be your advice to the incoming government?
My advice is that the Mamas were very careful about who is appointing as ministers. We don't want any disappointment again. We only want that the country should go as we want. Yes. Yes. So we don't want to have any arrogant minister. We just want to have ministers that will do the work for us so that the country will go as we want. The country is not well at all. It's not good.
So you spoke about disappointment.
Yeah.
That is a possibility.
Going around on his campaign, we told him all what was happening under his government in the previous time. So I'm very sure Mama is going to rule the country as we want. Yes.
Thank you very
much. You can see how we have competent executives. Somebody like our national chairman, our national secretary, they cannot fail us. They will do as we want. Yes.
Thank you very much. Your name again?
My name is Ngarma Pius, former communication officer for Bimbila. Yes.
Thank you very much. All right. And then maybe before I let you go, what are some of the key policies that you see your government big?
This is 24-hour economy. It's a policy that is going to help all of us. 24 hours. And we are going to make sure that free education go well. We want free education to be delivered very well because it was not well structured. And so Mama is going to make sure that free education will stand well. It will not be running as red, yellow, green, no. We don't want such verification again.
Thank you very much. And so you hear the vuvuzelas blasting, not because video documentary that is showing concerning His Excellency John, even with the showing of that short documentary on the screens a while ago, reasons why you heard the vuvuzelas and the noise going through the roof. We are still here at the Black Star Square. This event is going to be starting at 10 a.m. As we know, but even before that, there are a lot of events that are already ongoing, the opportunity to make some sales. Let me speak to this lady who is selling cashew. It's a business in Ekwase.
Oh,
okay, so right in front of me there is a bobo session ongoing. Certainly a group from the Volta region, the stronghold of the form of entertainment to the many people who are in the popular stand. Those are pictures of a bobo session from the Volta region. Excited, the comfort of your home. This is our coverage of the ceremony, the inauguration of His Excellency John Dramani. Exciting sounds. The Black Star Square. All right, so let's continue to interact with some of the parties. Have you been here?
Around 4 a.m. Around 4 a.m. This dawn.
From which region?
From Ketu North, of course. Representing the Magwana. Representing the Magwana. We don't want to put pressure on him for now. He's a very young and dynamic person. We are expecting. So Mahama is I'm following any day out. I'm back of him. Yeah, I'm here because of Mahama and then the Magbana. We want to assure people back at home that we are here in our numbers supporting them back at home. So they should keep watching the TV, they should keep praying for us. Adam is not the man of the day. That is why we are here for him. He's the youngest MP in the parliament now. 33 years today.
Thank you very much. Before we hand over to you in studio, let's talk to some more.
We restarted, yes. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Yes. Yeah, my name is.
Those are pictures, of course, sounds you're getting from the venue itself where everything will be taking place. The inauguration of the president-elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. You got reports coming from Morris. Earlier, we took another report from Ganasco, that's the president-elect's senior high school, and how the students there are so much happy to have witnessed this particular historic moment in the history of this beautiful country of ours, Mother Ghana. If you're just joining us, it's our coverage of the inauguration of President-elect John Dramani Mahama. It's expected to start around 10 o'clock, which is just 2 hours away from that. And we are bringing you live here on GTV, GBC News. We are also live on Unique FM. We are live across the 16 regions of this country. We are live on Facebook and, of course, live on the internet at gbcghanaonline.com. Tama, there are lots of people out there.
Too many. I'm just, you know, with the sheer numbers of people who have gathered there, I hope that there's a structure, there's a system to make sure that the place is not overrun with people.
There is, actually, because you've noticed that where the event itself is going to take place, I mean, there's been some kind of demarcation that have been put around that place. But those ones, like what we are seeing now on the screen, it's got to do with those at the various stands.
Yeah, the popular stand and
what popular stand. So they are not really having access to the main grounds itself where the event itself will be taking
So there's
place.
an inner perimeter and there's an outer perimeter, and then there is the popular stand.
So
then this is where my concern is, because this could quickly turn chaotic if there is any slight panic in the crowd. I don't see many of the security measures that have been put in place here. So if there is some kind of rush, what's going to happen? I hope that there are clearly demarcated entrances and exits so that people can orderly move around. It doesn't appear that way to me from where we sit here. And perhaps that's my only concern. Apart from that, I understand the desire to witness the history that's about to unfold. It's not something that we've seen. People have traveled from far and near to be here to witness this. But we can promise the Ghanaian people that we'll keep them updated on everything that is going to happen today, and you will have almost front row access, as if you were there yourself in person at the Black Star Square, to see the inauguration of His Excellency the President-elect John Dramani Mahama. So just the crowd is the issue for me.
You just had some African leaders coming through. We understand that the president for Gabon is actually arrived, that of Botswana, Nigeria, Gambia, Guinea-Bissau, the vice president of Tanzania. We have the president, of course, of Namibia, Liberia, Kenya, Sierra Leone, Equatorial Guinea, that's the vice president, and then the Ugandan vice president is also in town. Then president of the Democratic Republic of Congo also in town. You notice that when the president-elect was elected, he had to visit some neighboring countries to actually see how best they can strengthen that relationship we have with them. He went to Nigeria, went to Burkina Faso, went to Guinea, I think other African countries too. I'm sure the presidents are also here. Gradually, Ghana is always setting the pace and paving the way to make the rest of the world know that at least when you come to Africa, there's a country called Ghana that understands what democracy is all about, that understands that we go to the polls to elect our leaders, and we do that peacefully. And then we come back and then inaugurate our leader, and everything goes back to normal as we go.
Fixated on the things that divide us. And, you know, almost lose sight of the fact that we will get through this. And I had my moment before the election when I was in full panic mode and asking myself, if anything were to go awry, which direction we're going to go. My French is not what it should be, so I can't live very long in Togo or any of our neighboring French-speaking countries. I don't swim very well, so the sea is not an option for me. So you find yourself thinking, what are our options? But you decide that democracy is our option, and sticking to the rule of the law is our option, and that's how we get through what we want to get through. Yesterday in Parliament, or this morning in Parliament, we saw the banter. Actually, I think it was yesterday, before the dissolution of the 8th Parliament, the banter between the shorter one that preceded him from Dr. Kasala Forson, and it tells you sharply where we are, and says no deal. And for me, those are the stories that we need to keep retelling. And unfortunately, the political class waits until moments like this to now tell us that they are, cozy. Yeah. But in the heat of the moment, they don't give us that impression. So we have all these moments of anxiety, thinking that we are heading for the doldrums, only to, at the last minute, what appears to be by some slick of a miracle, whisk ourselves back into safe waters. So I think that that's one of the things that we really need to celebrate, that in the midst of all the controversies and the disagreements, we can step into the light on January 7 once again and, make Ghana proud. Make Ghana proud.
I mean, yesterday too, the president-elect together with the president, the outgoing president, that's His Excellency Nana Danko Akufo-Addo, together with the president-elect, they went on a tour at the Jubilee House. It was a very beautiful scene to actually see them together, and the various chief of staffs and various members of both parties also coming around to take a tour and all that. So it's a beautiful scene, and that's what we actually want in our democracy. After our election, there was this whole viral thing that went on social media concerning in Ghana, and for them it was surprising. Yeah, they've never thought that something like this would actually happen.
So I read some social media posts, and somebody said, "Are you sure you people are voting? Because if this was in Nigeria, everybody would be, somewhere, not on the streets, not out and about as if, nothing was happening. Everyone would be like on guard." Yes. But we've come a long way from those times. And even though we are still, not, but we've come a long way from bloody, those days of bloodshed and all that. I think that now most people of Africa are showing that they are listening and that they are learning. And so now it's the leaders who need to now reorganize themselves and actually deliver on the things that they communicate to people. So we are there.
All right. And today being the very big day in the history of this country, obviously we're going to have challenges with traffic flow. And there was information issued earlier from the Information Ministry that announced some closure of roads in Accra, ensuring secured a seamless inauguration ceremony for the President-elect John Dramani Mahama. So the information we have is that the Osu traffic light to Parliament House, that's the AU runabout, access routes to Parliament from the Electoral Commission to the center of Parliament House. We also have security areas within parks and other vehicles too. So if you go to the Independence Square on the 28th February Cross Road there, the headquarters of the Castle Road Junction, there's some bit of controlling of traffic there. The Osu Cemetery, traffic lights to local streets, those places have also been closed. The Castle Road from AU Circle to Osu Cemetery, traffic light, that one has also been closed. Then in the Starlight 91 Road, closed at the Ministry traffic light intersection. And there have been some traffic diversions to minimize disruptions, and following diversions well in also place. So traffic from the 28th February Cross Road, that's Laboni and Osu, heading to the Central Business District, will be redirected onto the Salem Avenue at Castle traffic light, connecting to the Oxford Street. Vehicles on John Evans at Tamils High Street, heading towards the Black Star Square, will be diverted into the Liberia Road. And of course, the headquarters traffic light linking to the National Theatre traffic light intersection. And the motorists on the local streets heading towards Castle Road should also use the Jumaku Street and then Osu Street too. And then traffic from the AU Street to the Castle Road through Osu Cemetery traffic light will be Gamal Road near the Ghana Institute of journalism. So these are the diversions and some of the rules that have been closed down. Basically, just simple, to make everything simple for you. Stay home and watch us on GTV and listen to us on Unique FM. That's all. I mean, you just save yourself a lot. Today is even a holiday. So there's no need
Constitution Day.
It's Constitution Day, which is a holiday. So there's no need for you to actually even think about going to work if you're not supposed to go to work. Just stay home, watch us on television, and listen to us on radio. And you can also get us on the internet too for everything that you need to know concerning this particular inauguration. So,
Yep. If you are part of the stubborn group and you still insist on going, you need to be mindful of the closures that George has mentioned. If you are driving, that designated parking areas that you can also park your vehicle at, I think my advice, park as far away as possible and walk the rest of the way. But if you want to be closer to the perimeter, now it will be a lot more difficult to do that because it will be difficult for you to access these designated parking areas. Behind the Independence Arch, there's a designated parking area there. At the forecourt of the State House, there's one there as well. Access Bank car park, Usu Cemetery car park, and there's some vacant spaces along the ministry's area as well. Ministry of Food and Sanity. But if you want to be safe, park as far away as possible. Traffic is expected to be very, very bad in that side of town. Of course, security measures are also top in that area because we have a lot of visiting dignitaries and we want to ensure that everybody is kept safe. So do follow is kept safe and protected. And motorists should really use alternative routes to get to wherever they want to get to, other than the areas around the ceremonial area of the Black Star Square or the Independence Square, as some would call it.
All right, now if you go to the inner perimeter itself, where everything will be taking place, that's the Black Star Square. There are a couple of zones there. There's the Zone 1, there's the Zone 2, and then Zone 3. Now, Zone 1 is the parliamentary sitting area, and this section is strictly reserved for invited guests and dignitaries. Access will be granted only upon presentation of official invitation card. And then there's the Zone 2, which is for the public stand, open to all members of the public. There are areas with large screens across that section that actually will help everybody know exactly what's happening within the inner perimeter there. And then there is the Zone 3, which is the media area. Accredited journalists have access to this designated section, which is equipped with facilities to support comprehensive media coverage for that particular event. So these are all measures put in place to ensure that we don't have that, to use this word coming from the Electoral Commission's lawyer, said very well, to ensure that the whole coverage and the whole proceeding is very much smooth.
Yeah, what should we expect to see today? Today we should expect the swearing in, obviously, of the running mate of the NDC's campaign, the first female to ever hold the position of vice president of the country. We are going to witness that today. So she will take the oath first, as we saw in previous inaugurations, and then His Excellency the President-elect will also take his oath. So we expect that he will deliver an address after he takes that oath. And we should also see some cultural performances, because who are we if we don't show the world the beauty of our culture? We should expect that to be very much front and center. And I'm already happy that we are seeing a lot of representation from people from the north of the country coming all the way into Accra, people from the Volta region coming into Accra. And for those who are going to have all these watch parties all across the country, send some of your visuals across to us. Our social media handle is very much active. You can follow us at Ghana Broadcasting Corporation and also on GTV Ghana across our social media platforms.
All right, so what you're seeing now is the inner perimeter there. So that's beautifully designed, and obviously with the Ghana color, where you have the red, gold, and then the green in there. So those are pictures from the inner perimeter there. And it's a well designated area that has been solely designed for the inauguration. You have on your right side, which is the green color, various seating place and arrangements. The ground itself has got the artificial green grass that has been spread down there to ensure that everything becomes very smooth.
It looks like a football pitch.
It looks like a football pitch, actually, but it's beautiful design put together there. And we're talking more about some of these things as we move on with this particular program and the coverage of the inauguration of the President-elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, who is making history. And there are a lot of histories actually happening today. Yes. So he's the first president to stage a political chain, if I put it as such, of this country, as an assemblyman, as an MP,
deputy
as
minister.
a deputy minister, as a minister, as a vice president, as a president, and now coming back as a president. And also the first president, if I'll put it as such, to hold that presidential sword.
The state sword.
The state sword, to take that oath. President Professor John Evans Atamils, he did that in Parliament because of that vacuum that need not be created. And then after the 2012 election, hold that sword. And the other history is that we're going to have the first female vice president of Ghana. You're a woman. How does it make you feel?
I mean,
and what does it mean for women?
We've said this a lot of times that women are not incapable of delivering any target. And we've seen Professor Nana Jane's rise through academia and her coming into the political space. We've witnessed her tenure as, education minister and the kind of transformation that she wants to bring into this level of governance. And it's just a proud moment knowing that women are that much closer to getting the top office of the land. Now we'll have young girls who will watch the screens today and hopefully they will say, I want to be vice president, I want to be president. So now you can aspire to be the one in charge instead of the spouse of the person in charge. And no disrespect to spouses of presidents and vice presidents, but when the woman is actually the one in charge, it makes it all the much more interesting. When a woman is in charge, there are certain things that will not happen.
Well, that cannot be, it's not been proven though, but I'll just allow you to say this.
Just watch the history unfold and you'll notice just the attention to detail is what I'm expecting, because where a man is more naturally predisposed to act impulsively, a woman is more naturally but women are more naturally predisposed to be cautious and think about things in a bit more detail. So whereas we will have the rush and the that enthusiasm on the men's side, I'm having a woman in charge of our economic management team. And because they say women, get chop money, you know how to share everything, I expect everything to be meticulous. I expect administration will have. Give them 100% of everything that they need, so that there is no excuse if things go south. So we can hold them fully accountable and we can put everything to them that they did this or they did not do this. So those are the things that excite me. And we'll have a conversation about how this team has fared.
Bosin put a message out there on X, which also got the vice president-elect to respond to that message. Ida Forsin is a renowned actress, and she's also one person who speaks highly for women and advocates for women too. She said that this is not just history, and history in the sense of the spelling history, which has H-I-S.
Okay.
It's history.
Oh. That's a good one.
Or maybe if you just put the hyphen in the her story, which says that here's to breaking barriers and paving the way for generations to come. That's Jane Nano Pokwajima. And then the vice president-elect responded saying that, thank you, Lydia Forsin. We will help break barriers and continue to pave the way as we work together to build the Ghana that we want. And it's a very much proud moment that we're having here.
It's a shero moment because we've had heroes for a long time. Now we're having sheroes and women are stepping out into that. Women supporting women as well.
Women supporting women.
Listen.
Right. Ghana, we've done it all. I mean, we've once had a female Speaker of Parliament. She was present yesterday when Parliament was actually dissolving. We've had female Chief Justice.
We still have a female Chief Justice.
Three of them, yes. We had Georgina Wood, we have Sophia Kufu, and then we have
Getchu Tokonu,
the third one too. So, and then by the end of the day today, we'll be having the first female vice president, and that's the history that is actually making in this country. And you should be proud of this moment. And if you're a Ghanaian, these are things that need to make you proud. These are things that should put smiles on your face. Like I stated earlier when we started this program, some countries don't have what we have.
Yeah.
They don't actually have it. I talked about Mozambique. They went for an election just as we did. They had challenges. It was sent to court, just as we had some challenges and it was sent to court. Even with that, we came out of court as very peaceful people. And the opposition said that they are not going to agree. And there's been political unrest since that time because of the political unrest. Over 250 people are said to be killed. Thousands of people have actually fled to Malawi, which is a neighboring country to Mozambique. It's the same country that went out there to elect their leaders. We don't have such. We have a very beautiful country. We understand ourselves. We have differences. We have challenges, but we understand that we need to iron out those differences in a very peaceful way and ensure that this country is actually...
And let's announce also that Watch Party School of His Excellency the President-elect John Mahama will also be in the central region, where we will be tracing the roots of Her Excellency, the Vice President, soon to be of the Republic of Ghana, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, and Million Break will be joined by lawyer and historian Chief Anoche Frimpong. He'll be helping us navigate these waters of the inauguration today in our studio. Stay with us. We'll take a quick break. When we return, our live running coverage of the inauguration of His Excellency John Mahama continues. We'll be back.
Thank you very much. It is a beautiful day here in the Upper East region today. Don't mind my voice because the weather keeps changing here in the region. That is why I've caught some cold, so my voice is a little breaking. But what I want to indicate is that here in the Upper East region, it is a very important day for the people here because they are all glued to their television sets, monitoring what is going on at the Black Star Square in Accra following the inauguration of the President-elect John Dramani Mahama, the Upper East region, and they are happy to be part of this history in Ghana. And for that matter, they would want to equally share their opinions, share their expectations going into the next administration by John Dramani Mahama. And that is why we are bringing you excerpts, we are bringing you expectations from the people of the Upper East region. So we will zoom into the Bolgatanga East constituency, specifically in Zuarongo, on their expectations for John Dramani Mahama's second coming. And so let me talk to one of the citizens here in the person of Vitus. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you for having me too.
Right. So John Dramani Mahama would be taking the baton very soon. Tell us, what are your expectations?
A whole lot of expectations. I think if you look at the lead up to the elections, youth unemployment was a major factor affecting the youth in this country. And one of the policies that touched those who haven't been in the formal education was the youth in apprenticeship. So that those of us who haven't been in academia also have something to take care of. All those that were engaged in corrupt practices of the MPP administrations are put behind the bars. So that we, the younger generation, will understand that leadership is about serving the people. It is not about coming to steal, store, and save for our generation yet unborn. When he came, he also spoke about the Zorango Meat Factory. It is also another huge project that we'll be looking up to as far as his tenure of office is concerned. So we have a whole lot of expectations as he lays his boot.
Bolgatanga East District, he has a lot of expectations, or he has tabled out a lot of expectations from the next NDC government. I want us to get into the market and speak to some of the citizens, and especially the market women and those who are doing business in this particular area, and we'll get their expectations as far as John Mahama's second coming is concerned.
So I expect him to also focus on the apprenticeship. So, we know a lot of the young people support for us. So we are looking up to him to also think about us by providing a startup. And also, maybe when we finish, he can also help us with some startup kit.
Bolga East have voted massively for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. And we're expecting to see massive infrastructure development. Look at the road, potholes everywhere. Accidents have been occurring because of the bad nature of the road. From Bolga Boku Road, Mahama awarded contract, and then to Karagarvao, MPP came. For the past 8 years, they've not been able to complete that road. So we're expecting Mahama to quickly complete Bolga Boku Road and put it in good shape. And Zuarango Township Road, where to talk of infrastructure, Bolga East, we have some infrastructure development under NDC through Dr. Dominica Kuriting Ayene. And we are expecting our father, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, to work closely with our dad, Dr. Kuriting Ayene, by giving him position to be part of his government, so that development will come through Dr. Ayene, through John Dramani Mahama, through Dr. Ayene to Bolga East. That is our expectations.
My name is Adongo Mavis from Bolga East. Most of us would travel to the down south to make money, come and do their passing out, or to get materials to start the work. We just want him to help the apprentice and most of the youth.
My name is Apir Kasim Atua. I'm from Nabdam. For the incoming President John Dramani Mahama, I believe that things will be better, especially with those who are in the artisan sector, because our goods are so high that the patronage is not there. So we believe that when he comes, at least he will take some of the taxes, which will bring things down. They don't have the means. Some want the job, but they don't have the means to enter. So we are expecting that his program that he's bringing to bring our apprentices to us, so that we will train them, so that we have more artisans in the country, so that we will not have to import or bring people from outside to do some of our work.
My expectation in the coming swearing in is that though things have been increasing at the past years, we've been in difficulties. Yes, within a month, the next month, things are increased. And what we are expecting from our president is that he should bring the cost of things down. Then our lives will be simple for us, because it's really hurting us. And then the businesses, we are not able to grow in our businesses because of the increment of things.
As a young lady like myself, my expectations are that when Don Dramani Mahama, he takes over office, I expect him to give appointment to women. That's to empower a lot of women into the public sector. That is one of my expectations. And I also expect him to bring the Women's Development Bank, which is going to help the lay woman who is doing petty trading in the market. They can access loans at a lower rate for them to improve upon their businesses in order to take care of their families. I also expect that when he comes into office, he shouldn't forget about the women that are into craft businesses, like those into weaving, hairdressing, and all that. When he comes into power, he should take a good look at them and make sure that he empowered them for them to also grow their businesses.
Well, my name is Professor David Miller of the Miller Open University, Bolga. For us in Upper East region, the expectations are not that many. The first, I would say, is the Palgu multipurpose dam. If it is fixed, a lot would have been done. And I must say that the dam is not only for Upper East, because that will inure to the benefits of 3 other regions in the north. That's Upper West, Northeast, and Savannah. So it's a great thing to do that will benefit a lot more people. Aside that, our few major roads, not the minor ones, because the drip project can deal with the minor ones, but the major Kulpangu Road, Kulmakum Road, that is not completed yet. If those two are completed and more travel, we'll be very grateful. But an add-on could be the meat factory and the tomato factory. For me, these are my expectations. If these are done within the 4-year period of Dramama, I'll give him thumbs up.
So these are some of the expectations sampled from the people of the Upper East region. You heard citizens from Nabdam, Bolga Central, Bogatanga East District, Bongo, Zebila, and other districts across the Upper East region making their suggestions or making their concerns and expectations known when John Dramani Mahama finally assumes office. In the Upper East region alone, 15 MPs were elected out of the 15 constituencies. And that is why the expectations are so high in this part of the country. To whom much is given, much is expected. My name is Peter Agengre, and I've been ably supported by my camera technician, Abdul Wahabu Nso, from the Upper East region.
All right, welcome back. Those are reports from the regions getting expectations of the president-elect who shortly will become the next president of this country and this beautiful country of ours. Interesting conversation. What we'll be doing is that we'll be taking you in and out of the studios when everything is said and done. Hopefully when we're supposed to start at 10 o'clock, we'll fully take you to the Blaster Square. But we'll start our conversation here in the studio with lawyer Anochi Frimpong, who is a lawyer and is also a historian. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
I hope you're well.
I'm doing very well.
Okay. And how have you been over the period? I mean, from election time till now?
Yeah, I've been very fine.
Very fine.
Very grateful to the Almighty. When I was coming, somebody asked me, why are you in white? Are you an NDC person? I said, no, the whole nation knows I'm not NDC. But as you rightly pointed out, you know, it is something that is of a relief to an African country. Whenever there's going to be an election, we all pray for peace. Yeah. Because in certain areas, there's always fighting. In the case of Ghana, it was not so. And therefore, we all have to jubilate and celebrate it.
Why should it be an NDC movement to wear white? Is that what the person was trying to say?
Yesterday in the House, most of the NDC side were in white.
Oh. You know,
at the ceremony.
Last week or so, I visited a friend at Parliament House, and I discovered that a section of the MPs were wearing white, and then the others in any color at all. So it was not difficult at all to know those who won and therefore staying, and those who were packing out. Yes. Okay, no, a bit pathetic anyway.
Okay. We're going to talk about the Fourth Republic and build up that issue of the Fourth Republic, which has been the stable republic so far, and it's been the republic that has been giving us all the history. But Lawyer, let me pick your thoughts. What do you make of the entire process so far that has gone on?
When you say the entire process, are you talking about...
after the election, the transition process, and then today?
Well, I believe that everything has been smooth. Everything from both sides, especially the moment it became so apparent that the NPP is almost unprecedented. You know, we know that he was going to concede defeat, but the timely manner, the expeditious way in which he did it, you know, if you mark it against the fact that the Electoral Commission delayed in releasing the final result, then I believe that you will need to somehow congratulate Dr. Bawumia. And then the fact that after that, you know, even if there was anything at all, we will say that they were marginal. Anything negative was marginal to date, you know, has been historic. Because in all previous elections, Ghanaians looked at something that is also a tradition in even U.S. democracy, that we have the strongholds, even in the United States. You go to Britain, the English people, they won't vote for Labour. And then the Scottish and Irish, they will also not vote for the Conservatives. But in Ghana, now we've thrown away every tradition to fulfill them. And that is a very good point for us to start the journey that we have already begun, if I should put it in that paradoxic manner.
Okay, yes.
I want to find out how President Mahama's comeback compares to other comebacks in Ghanaian or even African history.
Well, in Africa, Obote did one, but you know there was a coup. And then in the case of Ghana, Rawlings did it. But there was a coup on June 4th, 1979. He led the coup, handed over to Dr. Hila Liman, and then came back 31st December 1981. So you would not call it a proper comeback because one of it was unprecedented in the history of this country. Even in the case of the U.S., one happened more than 100 years ago, a chance, and it has happened. So it's very historic. And historic, when I heard the two of you talking about the fact that for the first time we've got a female Bible, is very instructive to all of us, and we find a way of brushing it aside. Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, it says, in the beginning, God created man in his own image. A man and a woman, he made them. So it means that a man and a woman both reflect the dual nature of God. Now the world becomes a man's world because of biological reasons. You know, a woman's strength is in her, and then a man's strength is outside him. And once it is outside him, he can always bully. And if it is inside her, she uses her mind more. You know, women drive, they don't really have accident because they are extra cautious. They go to market, and if you give them a pile of tomatoes, you know, rising up to the roof, there is no way you can cheat them. But their wisdom is all woman will buy a takeaway for a man. You know, they are very, they are very, very smart. But we think that because we have the brute force, you understand, because a woman will get pregnant, give birth, they are just biological things. But when it comes to the intellect, we are the same. We have a female chief justice. You didn't write her exam for her to become a lawyer or whatever. And this woman, God has brought, and we so easily forget things. You know that there was this man, James Kwejir Agri. James Kwejir Agri. In the 1920s, he was given a Philip Stokes fund from the US to go around the entire African continent to project Western education, and above all as the education and an individual. But when you educate a woman, you educate a whole nation. And it is true, because the child comes from her body, and she is going to nurture you right from the body up to the time that you will die. But whatever you want to do, if your father says, don't do, you may not take it. But when your mother says, Akwasi, don't do that, then you remember where you came from. And then the natural sympathy all men have for our mothers and the natural love we have for them. You understand? So anytime you spend time on women, you learn more than men. And if today we have a female president, after all, if you want to contest as a president of Ghana, if you don't have a running mate, you are automatically disqualified.
Yes.
So the vice president is also a president. In the Constitution, it says that he assists the president. And in the American his constitutional history, the vice presidency becomes the training ground for the presidency. Most of their vice presidents have ultimately become president. To go back to history to praise somebody, James Kwegyir Aggrey, because he prophesied it. Like when Obama won election in the US and he decided to visit Ghana. Ali Mazrui was interviewed about Ghana. Then he said he would have made a great political error if he had decided to go to Kenya first or any other country, because Ghana is the mecca of African politics. In much the same way, we people in this country must always have time to remember certain people who saw this.
Let's look at the Fourth Republic. Started with the late President Rawlings up to now as we speak. We'll go to specifics too, but your general overview of the Fourth Republic and how it has fared compared to the third, second, and then the first.
Yeah, the first, so it means just about 5 years. Yes. The second one was less than 3 years. The third one was also less than 3 years. The 69 to January 72, and then 79 also to 31st December 81. But this one has been more than about 33 years, and we are still moving on. So it has been the most stable of all. To that extent, you would pay tribute to Flight Lieutenant Rawlings, because he began it. Whatever, I mean, it was his constitution. And if his constitution has outlived all the others, there is no way you can talk about our political history starting from the Fourth Republic without mentioning him as the stabilizer. So that one will give him, notwithstanding that. Because
there were other school of thoughts that thought that, well, they always give him the credit, but they were actually surprised that he allowed that Fourth Republic to continue. Because the expectations some had, because of his military background, he might not even allow
the handover in the year 2000.
In the year 2000, which might cause another challenges too. So usually the praise always goes to him that he took everybody by surprise, but allowing that Fourth Republic to continue.
It's as simple as that. Even though going internationally, the wind that was blowing globally would not have allowed a military system to persist. But the fact that he was a pioneer leader, we have to give him the credit. And then if we have any problem, it is to do with the Constitution as a document. You see, the Constitution we have now, and I hope constitutional lawyers are listening to me, my argument has always been that this Constitution is not a real Constitution.
It's not a real Constitution.
Yeah, it is a transitional Constitution. You know, when you study a certain course called transitional justice, it tells you that everywhere in the world where the military have decided to leave power completely, they have always ensured a very clean and safe constitution. Like in Ghana's 1979, Akufo did not decide to contest, and Rawlings, who overthrew him, also decided not to contest the election. So it was a purely good constitution based on the principles of separation of powers. In the case of the Ghana 1992 constitution, there was something like a transition without a change. You know, transition from military dictatorship, where the president could do anything at all. Absolute power, apart from turning a man into a woman and a woman into a man. And the same thing, when he realized, and I mean Rawlings, that the international system would not allow him to continue as a military leader, military dictator, would be put into the Constitution. That is the reason why in Ghana, it is so easy to sack a chief justice. Oh, it's so easy. All you need to do is to send a petition to the president. Akufo-Addo, I'm told this morning, has dismissed, does not give him a room to make a discretion. Says the moment you receive the petition, you act in consultation with the council ordinary people of Ghana. And it says that, especially clause 6 and 7, they say that the case against the Chief Justice or not would have to come from the committee and not based
from the
president, because it says that, look, there is no way of going about it except through the prescription laid down here. So this one, I know people will support me very soon in the question that the president has erred. It is a very big constitutional error. And once it is an error, it means it can be corrected. You know, and then this constitution does not give a seal to the number of people we can send to Parliament. This constitutional level, and they are also members of Parliament. The Constitution allows the President to appoint the Chief Justice, almost everybody here. So these are the problems associated with the Constitution by and large. At the same time, it has been the strongest and the most stable Constitution so far. So we still have to praise our Constitution, except that the promises that President-elect Mahama made, that there will be some amendments based on the fact that we have practiced it for 32 years. And when you live with your son for 32 years, you know his shortcomings. If he's good at mathematics, you will know. If he's not good at English, you will know. So now we know the pitfalls and the shortfalls of the Constitution. And I believe that this man will not spend any time to do something.
Concerning the Constitution, there's another school of thought that says that what we have now was based on lessons learned in previous republics, the third, the second, and then the first. So based on those lessons and based on those histories, it informed us to put together a document like this that will actually prevent the happening of those three republics.
Whoever says that is a liar, because the first Republican Constitution, Nkrumah's Constitution, it's even worse than this one. It makes Nkrumah a dictator. You know, that this country could freeze up owing to African unity. And it is called the personified Constitution. It is the only constitution possibly in the world. It was the only constitution in the world that had the name of a human being in it. It was the name of Kwame Nkrumah. And he could do anything. He got power to dismiss the Chief Justice summarily. So please, the first Republican Constitution was more dictatorial or equally dictatorial as this one. And with that one, anybody could cross carpet in Parliament. This one, you cannot. If you want to do, you need to resign.
So it was just based on those lessons. So
it's not based on it. Was just a military constitution. But for several reasons, that we ourselves as a people are tired of coup d'etat. We are very much tired of it. And I would add that, you see, the first post-coup military government, you know, stayed for only a few years. So we didn't see 1 year. Then when Rawlings came, there was real bloodshed left and right. And then 31st December 1981, for also a long time, we also witnessed, this, curfew, which collapsed so many businesses in the country. Many people, more than 300 people got vanished in this country. So I believe that and then it also educates the soldiers that if you don't take care and you go and do anything, the possibility is that nobody would support you. And another thing, which is the plus of Rawlings with all his negatives, is that all those who attempted coup in his time, he killed them summarily. So with that, you see, other people...
Why was that a plus?
It is a plus because it's a champion time. When Brigadier Kata and Chikata and others tried Kukojobo, they tried to overthrow him and did not succeed. He kept them in prison for some time and released them on compassionate grounds. These same people came to join Rawlings to overthrow a government. So Rawlings became smart. At the moment you attempt it, you are gone. So that alone puts a certain level of fear in would-be perpetrators, and then coupled with the international system. And then the fact that after a few elections in Ghana, we discovered that, if you want to be a president, if you want to be an MP, you only need time. You only need time, and it will come. Sometimes my friends tell me, we have two parties in the country. Why is it that CPP, which is dead, is your party? And I said, then you don't understand God and history. There's something called accident in history. No matter how powerful you are, suddenly you come to an end and you don't understand why you have come to an end. And I believe that the most plausible example in our days is how MPP lost the election. So nobody knows what will happen tomorrow. Madam, you know that about 6 months before the election, all indicated that they wanted a third party. And it showed in the election when in Ashanti and so many areas, people did not, this would have been different.
But the reality is that in this Fourth Republic, even though the general understanding is that we are a multi-party state, it is the NDC and the NPP that have dominated, and they are still the parties that people look to as option one and option two. The third parties, if we can call them that, have not put up much of a showing.
Because you are right, because previously the election was strictly between the NPP and NDCs, and an exceeding number in 2024 also did not vote. It becomes an eye-opening factor for people to come up with very strong political organizations that will take advantage of those who are tired of MPP and NDC. So 2028, you see something different.
I wonder
completely different.
What the two parties, what could you tell us about their contributions to this Fourth Republic? Because they have been in charge for the 33 years that we practiced under this constitution.
Yeah, their contribution, we say, is marginal, but still symbolic. Because the constitution does not mention a two-party system, PPP and others on the ground. It's a constitutional satisfaction. So I believe it's okay.
Are we just not ticking boxes? It's like we are playing to the gallery that we are multi-party, but in effect, we are a two-party state largely.
Thelma, it was all because previously, people felt that if you cast your vote for the CPP or PNC, you were wasting it because there was that stiff competition between MPP and NDC. Now, the fact that a sizable number of registered voters did not decide to go and vote is a lesson. It shows that people indeed are tired of MPP and NDC, but they didn't get an alternative. So they decided to stay at home. So now political science teachers will begin to lecture new lessons. And then people like us who are politically active but are not interested in MPP and NDC will begin to be more serious because we've seen that I didn't see them championing any serious manifesto.
In our first election under this Fourth Republic, we saw the main opposition party withdrawing from the race almost at the last minute.
Professor Dubois.
In this race, we saw what a lot of people perceive as the party faithful withdraw from the race. They decided to sit at home. What comparisons can we make between this just gone by election and that first election that ushered the Fourth Republic into space?
Highly philosophical. You see, as for the first one, it was a very big error on the part of the MPP, and they admitted it.
Not to take part in the election.
No, not to have taken part, because even if you had 5 seats in parliament, that count, because the meaning of parliament is a French word, parlement, to speak. So you only go there to talk. So even if you had a handful of, and I know that if they had gone ahead in Ashanti region and Brown Hafo and Sekendi Takrady, they would have done well. So that one was a big error. And then I would say it's also based on their history. In the after independence, you know, there was the creation of the regional assemblies because we wanted to have something like a pseudo federal system of government. The NPP's what you call ancestor, the National Liberation Movement, decided not to contest the CPP at all, and only CPP members went to the National Assembly, and the Constitution indicated that it was only the Assembly, or it was only the Assembly that could pass a bill to freeze itself up. And so the first day they met also became the last day. That was a repetition in 92. So it was a historic thing done by the Matemahu people. And I believe that they wouldn't repeat it anywhere. Now, when it comes to this period, I believe and I still maintain the fact that from 1992 up to the year 2020, Ghanaian voters had become very dissatisfied with the MPP and the NDC. But the advantage of the NDC was that, having been in the opposition for long, their people still wanted their party back. Whereas in the case of the MPP, comparing Kufuor's 8 years in the government down was not to go and vote against it, but to stay at home. Because you should know that no MPP man would want to vote for the NDC. And that is why I come to the
So are we concluding
conclusion
that all those who did not vote are members of the NPP?
Many of those who did not vote were members of the MPP. Many of those who did not vote were members of the NDC. So it means that the two of them were completely dissatisfied with the city, somehow deciding to vote for him. And I'm saying that it becomes a breeding ground for people who want to come together to form a very...
Mainly dominated by these two parties.
Because you see, look at those who...
And there's just switch, 8 years, 8 years, 8 years, 8 years, then came in 4 years, then 8 years.
But there has also been something, I will tell you, and you will see that could have brought a certain level of change. But because we didn't continue with that, you see, after the first 8 years, when Rawlings was leaving the scene, CPP, which is a traditional party, so let me use CPP for the illustration, and whether he did well or not, the election went for a runoff. And then there was a runoff. So this, as a student of politics, made me to understand that if CPP could concentrate on southwestern Ghana, where their founder had hailed from, western, north, western, and central, from there, the party springs up. But it didn't happen that way. They didn't bring in somebody from there. And so many people from southwestern Ghana, when they got angry with the MPP, voted for the NDC. Voted for the NDC. I don't want to mention my name, but when I went for the CPP primaries, yes, I told them that
you're part of the story, so just listen.
I told them that's where I come from, and I wouldn't hide it. My people of Western Nigeria, people, they are like our people. They like their own first. So the moment you put me there, we are going to disappoint MPP and NDC. And I also have a very strong Ashanti blood in else. And we saw the result. Next time, it will be me or somebody better than me, so that CPP will take advantage of people who are exercising voter fatigue.
Okay, right.
I think that very soon we'll be taking the live scenes, and we're expecting, at least they've told us that this will start at 10. A key part of this is that oath that president and vice presidents take. How significant is this oath? And we've read accounts, or we've read the text of the oath. Essentially, the president and the vice president commit to doing certain key things. So talk us through that.
Oh, simply or substantially, it is about, it's two types of oaths. One is the presidential oath and then the allegiance. Okay. Both of them, when you sum them, you see that it's just about upholding the constitution, the laws of Ghana, and then protection for the people. And then concluding that if you fail to do that, you subject yourself to the law of Ghana. And you say it before the apolitical arm of government. You know, the MPs are elected by the people. They are politicians. The president is elected by the people. He's a politician. It is only the judiciary that does not involve itself in politics. And it is the judiciary that is the watchdog of the constitution. So you swear this to the people of Ghana, led by the head of the judiciary.
That is
so
not supposed to be involved in politics.
Which is not involved, but they cannot align with
it. Isn't it interesting that the appointment is done by a political figure?
The political figure.
That is what amounts to separation of powers and checks and balances. That even in America, the president would appoint the chief justice. But the moment he appoints you, you belong to a different class altogether. And then it is the people who elect the president. The moment you elect him, he rules over you.
Even in America, the Supreme Court is seriously political.
Oh, because we allow people to appoint them. But when you go to the Kenyan constitution, what they do is what I like most. If you want to be, for example, the chief justice, you send your application. And then you appear before a panel, that is not politically selected. So the person who becomes the chief, no way you can tell me that, it's common sense. And then the chief justice,
even though they're expected to be an independent...
they have vote, and she will vote for the man who put her there. You know, we had so many can say this is the one I like. And you think
faithfulness to the Republic is one, preservation of the Constitution, confidentiality, they promise, not to disclose certain details to people, impartiality and justice. And I wonder, what are the legal frameworks in Ghana that bind the people that we've sworn into office to these key principles?
You understand? Just as under the American Constitution, we have room for that. Again, many people do not know that after the president has handed over, he can be prosecuted at a certain point in time.
There's no diplomatic immunity.
There's nothing with your presidency and nobody can touch you. The only thing is that there's a timeline. If you do not do it within 3 years, yes, then you are completely elected. You are elected to serve, not to be served. It's just as simple as that. And then the confidentiality too. It's very important. Every country has a secret. When the Russian-Ukraine war started, that the Western countries immediately did not send troops to help Ukraine. Because they were scared. You understand? They didn't know the full might of Russia. Just as Russia too, they do not wait for Ukraine to join the NATO bloc before invading, because Russia too was scared of the might of the United West. And then 3 years after the war, Russia releases Russian and all these things, and now the Western world begins to fear. So whatever you are doing, there must be a little fear in you, which is natural. Without fear, you may decide to go naked. But when you have that level of fear in you, you decide to behave as a human being.
I'm sure George has questions.
And that fear is what is protected by confidentiality. The state is going to buy weapons from, let's say, China. The state is doing this. These things must not come out. Or even a very dangerous citizen. In Ghana, we don't do it. Certain countries where you are a citizen causing a lot of trouble, sometimes the state can hire people to shoot you. I mean, you die in an accident, and it saves the 33 million people of Ghana. These are things discussed at a certain level, and the president is not supposed to tell others. Yes.
Okay, all right. Let's look at the leaders within the Fourth Republic. I don't know if you've exhausted that part of your question, so that we can look at the leaders.
Yeah, we can do the leaders.
Then we start from
His Excellency Flight Lieutenant Jerry John
Rawlings, and then to John Ejikunkufo, then His Excellency the late John Evans Atta Mills. There came another John. There comes another John. Let me say a repeat of a John. What do you make of these leaders that we've had so far within the Fourth Republic?
Well, I believe that they all did well. They left serious legacies. In the case of Rawlings, I've already mentioned the fact that his coup on 31st December 1981 became the last coup, that brought democracy to Ghana. And then also all the 8 years, I believe he did so well and brought international attention to the country. You cannot take that one from me. And then also, very famous world leaders visited the country during his time. Clinton was here, and then Queen Elizabeth too was ever here. And then the peace he left behind, handing over peacefully from one government to the other. I believe that is something that we can be very proud of.
What about his principles of probity and accountability? Do they still resonate with Ghanaians
I like
today?
the question that you have had. Do you know it's in the Constitution? It's in the Constitution, freedom, justice, probity, accountability. I wish that the next amendment would take care of those two ways, because probity means justice. Accountability also means justice. Whenever you talk of on your actions. So freedom and justice, and Nkrumah was saying that we have our freedom, all right, but it is freedom that is circumscribed to it. It's as if we don't understand justice. But as I said, it was a military constitution, so nobody could question it. So I believe that President Mahama is hearing me. Freedom and justice, period. But let us also say that during his term of office, the next government that succeeded him was not able to prosecute many of his former ministers. So that alone should tell you that they did nothing wrong. Yes.
But was able to
presumably only a few. Dr. Kwame, Dr. I don't want, it's not good to mention names here.
Yes. I mean, he was able to prosecute some.
So a few, but it was just a handful. You see, I was working as one of the senior officers of the National Reconciliation Commission, and what I discovered was this: anytime somebody
under former President Kufuor,
yes, anytime someone came in to lodge a complaint, there was a box you shaded. 9% said they should be prosecuted, they should be brought to jail, but Kufuor did not do that
because he wanted to come across as reconciliatory,
something like that.
A whole commission was set up to help people recover.
But you see, with that, it makes Ghanaians to know that using that in addition to the last election shows that Ghanaians always call for accountability. And that the national reconciliation, people were not much interested in being restored to their former positions as seeing their perpetrators being punished. So now we have done
that
it.
Then will be a form of satisfaction.
Yes, a satisfaction. And now we have done the same thing. That this was somebody who promised us one district, one factory. And in Ghana, the moment you say a factory, we quickly remember Abosso Glass Factory, Kumasi Jod, like as big as a township. You know, so people, hey, the man is going to create jobs. So then you say one constituency, one dam. Then we remember Operation Feed Yourself, where in those days, Ghana started exporting food to other countries for the first time. So now it's going to be greater because at Champions time, we had only dams in the north. Here, every town or village, every community was going to have, a dam to embark upon massive agriculture that will yield agribusiness and agro-processing. And then the man failed. You understand? And then also you talk about free SHS. Unless you were not a parent, you sent your son to school. If you don't add more money than he was to pay fees, the child was going to die. And government was not able to show that. So between 3 weeks and... you said it in the past 2 years ago, but I still remember. Those days, whenever you went to school, your parents knew and you yourself knew you will be there for 3 months.
I must say that I had the privilege of enjoying... No, not free senior high school, but I enjoyed FQ. Under President Rawlings, former President Rawlings, because it was free compulsory universal basic education. So where I went to school, for example, we didn't pay fees, we paid little levies. So it's one of the legacies that we have from this Fourth Republic, especially with former President Rawlings' regime and his era. And that transitioned us into the time of former President Kufuor, who also made his own inroads on education, bringing us into the Atamils Mahama era and then into... So free SHS started from the basics.
Fourth Republic from Rawlings. And I'm
FQ.
saying that in those days, you spent all the 3 months at school. So that whenever you came, people really saw a change in you. Now your son goes there, your child goes there, and within a month he's back.
My niece is still home. I think she said she's going to school in March, next month.
Legacies of the Fourth Republic that people, as we move on, have become so sensitive and are prepared. High accountability.
So now that whole sense of accountability process where you'll be punished at the poll.
And then also it moves us to another sensitive level. Traditionalism has broken down in our politics. Previously, you could just look at the faces of Ashanti people and say they will vote for NPP. You will look at Sekondi Takoradi because not even Kwame Nkrumah was able to win at Sekondi Takoradi. 1951 election, CPP candidate was E.K. Datsun, and then the NLM candidate was Kwame Okran, and the CPP candidate lost. So if Nkrumah could not win in Sekondi Takoradi, 79, the PNP candidate was Madame Lucy Blay, Freddie Blay's elder sister. He lost to the Action Congress Party candidate. You understand? But now, NDC sweeps all these areas let you know that traditionalism has broken down. They won almost all the seats in Bono.
But can we just use one election to really sum it up by saying that traditionalism has broken down?
Even before the election, the pollsters told us that this election would be unique and that the other details that we've seen from other elections may not necessarily come to bear on this particular election. And it showed.
But can we just use one event?
You will use one event because that's the only one you have.
Okay.
And then it tends then you can make another comment. But for now, we are saying that this one becomes fundamentally different from the previous ones. And it is a situation whereby all the ethnic groups, all the regions have united as a single entity.
The Fourth Republic also brought us the National Health Insurance under His Excellency John Ajay Kufuor. And he also introduced the school feeding program. So it's like every step of the way we make additions to our journey towards liberation on the economic front. There's still a lot of ground to be covered, and the president-elect has made key promises to tackle some of those issues. We expect him to deliver without excuse, because everything Parliament has been set up in a way that ensures that he will get his numbers.
In Parliament. So whatever he thinks about, will be law because of the majority, the clear majority is God. And was talking in Parliament. He made mention of the fact that NPP had the tough because it was a hung Parliament. And people would agree with him. In the case of the NDC now, next 4 years, they can't go and make such a complaint. So it means that the responsibility they have now is...
Funny to George earlier that I'm with the school of thought that says give them everything that they need so that they can't come and make excuses and say, oh, we...
Box. Instead of one with just 5 tens of milk, they've given you even 3. And your father tells you, please, I don't want to see your face again until
they just need to finish the term.
And very good. So if they are not able to do it successfully, they would never have any excuse. And even, you see that the Constitution expects a bigger number of ministers to come from Parliament. And sometimes very fine people with good ideas who could have been otherwise great ministers don't have any excuse in selections.
Live scenes from the grounds of the Black Star Square. We are seeing the arrival of some of our invited guests, some very special guests who just came into our shop before this one. And we are continuing to welcome our visitors to the square to witness the inauguration of President-elect John Dramani Mahama and his running mate, Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman. Clad very... unsurprisingly, in his usual attire, good luck, Jonathan, there, arriving at the grounds. And this is what will greet you at a portion of that area. Photograph of His Excellency, the President-elect, and his running mates. A lot of people still trooping to the grounds to witness what is happening. And we'll continue our running coverage. Our teams are on the ground, and we'll give you the details. This eco ground. Tell us about this place and what it means to us as Ghanaians.
Okay, it is historic, as you are saying, and significantly, it bears 2 names. Officially, it is called the Black Star Square, but Ghanaians would prefer calling it the Independence Square. Because even though Nkrumah built the Independence Arch over there, he gave it that name. And the history behind it is that was about the spot that Sergeant Ajete, Atipo, and Odate Lamte were shot. That was the place they were shot. So you don't just think that there were riots everywhere in the country.
That was actually the beginning of our...
The beginning. Watson Commission recommended the setting up of a constitutional commission leading to the coup. You all learn that it is a very significant place, a place of bloodshed, a place of like baptism, leading to the independence of this country. And then, because he was inaugurated there, at that spot, after getting independence, people have preferred calling it the Independence Square, Independence Square. But in reality, let us remember the gallant soldiers, ex-servicemen who fell, and Nkrumah wanted us to remember them. They were from typically the Akan areas. And they said, may audition to some in America, CPP, you understand? They were from royal houses. But almost all the royal houses in Ghana preferred the NLM to the CPP. And then the CPP, seeing itself as Communist Party, when they had independence, Nkrumah dressed the way commoners would do. The commoners would always cover the whole body with a jumper among the Akans because they felt that I mean, people must not see your body. But the Akan chief would leave part of the body because they wear gold.
Yes.
And then those who felt that they were royals also copied that line. So today you will see that all the NDC people, apart from those who wear batakari, would wear the jumper before the cloth on top of it. Okay. And all the MPP people following that tradition would throw away the jumper because they believe that they are royals. And people have not seriously adverted their attention to it.
Okay.
Another thing is that the sword of state, you understand, it's a traditional sword. And once it is a traditional sword, you don't wear Western dress to hold it to swear.
Oh, we've seen.
It is wrong. It is poor education. Nkrumah did the saying that the whole personality standing there must advocate and espouse the African personality. Because you know that when we had our independence, the British people gave us a full regalia for the presidency. And Nkrumah and he, the pioneer leading the way, wore the kente. Wallace wore kente, Mills wore kente, Liman from the north, he wore kente, but shone in like a batakari form.
His Excellency Nanado also wore kente in 20.
Yeah, he wore kente.
Mahama wore white jumper.
The northerners, white one.
Yes, so to hold it, based on what we have learned deeper, unwritten history of Ghana, that we must project the African personality. They should learn from GBC today that if you want to go and swear holding that sword, that akofena.
Video, I mean, he talked about what we're actually wearing. Just for our listeners on radio. We are wearing kente. I have a jumper.
Because you don't have gold.
Jumper. Yes, and then with a kente on. Thelma it's in a very beautiful kente, well designed and well sewn.
Thank you.
Kente, she looks good in it, though.
Thank you.
I should say.
Thank you. So we are making history today.
I'm
Lots
the
of
odd
history.
one. I'm the odd one.
But you're also in. I mean, this is Ghanaian, though.
It's the odd one. Don't worry.
So we are witnessing history being made today. So we've heard the history of the Black Star Square or the Independence Square. We saw the aerial shot a few moments ago. The Independence Arch. We are being told its significance. The spot where we lost those gallant soldiers on the 28th of February. Today we want to put Ghana on the map. Ghana is on the map, and everything Ghanaian is fully on display here. We can see our chiefs walking majestically to the venue. I'm sure they are being escorted to their seats. So lots of tradition, lots of, panache going on, the fanfare happening. Remember what we stand for as Ghanaians, what makes us this people called Ghana. And this is a symbol of our history, the Independence Square, the Black Star Square, the architecture. A lot of thought went into it. We've heard Lawyer Noche talking about the Black Star and what Kwame Nkrumah intended for it to be. We've heard about the arch and what it should remind us of, that this freedom that we see, this freedom that we enjoy, was got for us at a very high price. And it is our responsibility to hold it ever so dear and to protect it and hand it over to the next generation. So we saw that quick tilt to the arch. But we are seeing our brothers and sisters who are here. His Excellency Obasanjo also in that shot. And good luck is seated right next to him.
Who is also in town.
Yes.
Who's also going to be there. So we have the full representation of
from
Nigeria.
Yes.
Here.
The Vice President.
Including Vice President, yes.
So it means outside Ghana's declaration of independence, 6 March, this becomes the highest assembly of African leaders, even world leaders. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Because the first one was, in fact, Britain's first black colony. That America too needed us, and they're going down freezing.
Nkrumah also held this inauguration of a president.
Yes, this one is a great record.
Okay.
And it shows how people have begun to respect this small country called Ghana.
Yeah, I mean, we boldly say this. We make the continent so proud.
Yeah.
We make the African continent so proud.
We make the continent exciting.
Exciting,
It's
yes.
like going to the African. Cameroon says, Roger Miller,
Mm-hmm.
he says that in any competition, when you see Ghana, the competition is very exciting.
Yes.
That's
we
why
make football
this
beautiful.
AFCON, because we are not there.
We make all these things very, very beautiful.
Wherever you see Ghanaians, the place becomes exciting.
Yes.
Those of us who are going to Morocco will still go to Morocco for AFCON.
So we make everything so exciting and very beautiful. I mean, all around the world, if anybody is going to talk about democracy in Africa, the first country that comes to mind is Ghana. And any other projections that people would like to have of this beautiful continent and its positive aspect of things, Ghana comes to mind. And it's just a proud moment. If you're listening to us and you're a Ghanaian, this is a time that you need to be very, very proud of yourself being a Ghanaian. This is a time that at least get the children seated, your kids seated around the television sets, around the radio sets to tell them what's happening. Let them know what's happening.
And
let them be proud.
History.
Let them be proud of the country that they find themselves in. Let them be proud that this is the history. And let them be proud that they're actually watching GTV and listening to GBC radio. These are things that belongs to all of us and belongs to the state.
Yeah.
And these are the proud moments that we all share with you on this beautiful network that you're listening to us on.
So far this morning in the order of proceedings, we've seen the guests who have traveled from far and near. The public stands full and almost bursting at the seams at the Black Star Square, waiting to see and witness the inauguration of the President-elect John Dramani Mahama. We've seen members of the diplomatic corps taking their seats. Very shortly, the members of parliament will be called to order and they will also take their seats. We'll also witness the arrival of former presidents and invited heads of state, as we've seen so far, some of them arriving. The Chief Justice will be a very key player in today's proceedings as the elected official, John Dramani, meaning the oath book after verbalizing the oath, repeating the oath after when they are taking it. They'll also sign
Endorse
the
it,
book.
yes.
Why is that important?
It shows it is your act. It binds you. You understand? Your act, this is your act that binds you. So it's as important as what you made. Yes.
The president-elect will also...
You start reading from the beginning, and then you go to the end. And when you are satisfied with it, before you sign. So by signing it, it means that he is satisfied with what he said, which had been penned down. Very satisfied. He endorses it.
So
making it more so.
At that point, we'll receive some gratitude messages from the Speaker of the House to the President, and he will be invited to make an address. And then soon after, the crowd will largely disperse, and there's a specific order in which that dispersal will take place. But we are still witnessing the arrival of dignitaries on the grounds of the Black Star Square. Whose flag is that? I think
it's in Nigeria.
The Asogli state.
I saw green, white, green by the window.
Okay, so you thought it was Nigeria?
Nigeria.
Okay.
All right, for those joining us, this is Ghana Television. This is also GBC News. And this is Unique FM. And if you're listening to us across the... that is Singbun Purubu. On the internet is gbcghanaonline.com. On Facebook is Ghana Broadcasting Corporation and then GTV. And of course, yes, it's Asogli State.
Asogli
yes.
1.
And then on YouTube too is GTV. And it's our coverage of the inauguration of the President-elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and the Vice President-elect, Professor Jane Nanopo-Kwajiman. Everything is expected to start at 10 o'clock as we speak. Invited guests are taking their seat. Dignitaries are also taking their seat. And if you're watching on television, and for those who are actually having the benefit of the screen, there's actually a beautiful design at the Black Star Square where all the events is actually going to take place. There is the inner perimeter, and of course there is the outer one, and what one will also describe as the popular seat, which is in the stands there, for those who are very much aware of how the Black Star Square is. For those in the inner perimeter, where we have the invited guests and other dignitaries that have been invited, and where the U.S. also sends in a very big delegation announced by the President Joe Biden that will also be coming for this particular inauguration. So it's a big moment for the country itself. It's a big moment for Ghana. And it's a big moment for yourself too. And at least you should be proud that you're witnessing this event. as being part of our history. And like I mentioned earlier with Thelma, that it's not just an inauguration that's happening, it's also history in the making, because we have the first
house for this to happen, and perhaps Anoche will help us understand how that was possible. You can't serve 2 terms, and I didn't know that you could serve one
of 2 terms. The 2 terms can be consecutive or can be anything else, provided you have served only 1 term. At any time you can come back.
Today is that we have a president who've actually gone through the entire political chain of this country. I'm referring to an assemblyman, later became a member of parliament, and then a deputy minister, and then a minister, and then a vice president, and then a president, now coming back as a president. And this is John Dramani Mahama, who has gone through the entire political chain of this country. Another history being made today is that we're going to have the first female vice president, who also will be taking in that oath and will be sworn in today by the Chief Justice. Another history being made today is that we're having the first president who will be holding the sword, if I'll put it aside, 3 times. And today is going to be the 3rd time. The first one was in 2012 when we lost our president, His Excellency Professor John Evans Atta Mills. And in July 2012 in Parliament, Chief Justice Georgina Wood saw John Mahama in. Then he was the vice president to become the president. And then after the election, which he won, he was then taken through the whole process again, and he also swore using that sword, making it the 2nd time. And we're going to have the 3rd time today of this event that is going to happen. And this is not, as I stated earlier, not just an inauguration. It is also a history-making moment for us as a country, and it's a very proud one for all of us. And our guest here in the studio is lawyer Yaw Anoche Frimpong, who he's a lawyer and he's also a historian. He's also a historian who is giving us details into exactly some of the happenings and what to actually look out for and the meanings of the things actually happening today and what you're also watching on the screen. My name is George and I'm here with Thelma taking you through this. We have our colleagues who are also at the Black Star Square. We're getting us various reports. We started with Morris. We took also as, I think, a Dom Prefect there.
Yeah, Cabral House, I think the name is.
Well, yes.
Prefect Bank.
Yes. All right, so on your screen now, you have the arrival of the dignitaries that are actually coming in. We have about 21 of African leaders coming in.
What you just saw on your screen
is Namibia.
Okay.
That is actually coming in. The Namibian president that is also coming in. We have a number of the presidents coming in. Like stated earlier, when the president-elect actually won and he was announced as president-elect, he visited some countries, and especially some neighboring countries here around us in Ghana. And so far, we have the president of Gabon confirming they are actually in town, though. That of Gabon, Botswana, Nigeria, Gambia, and also Guinea-Bissau. We have the vice president of Tanzania, Namibia, also coming in. That's him there, exchanging pleasantries with some other leaders. That's Jacob Zuma of South Africa, former president of South Africa. And that's a huge one.
Very huge.
That's a big one for us here in Ghana. And then Liberia, Kenya, Sierra Leone, Equatorial Guinea, the vice president coming through. Uganda's vice president also coming in. And then the Democratic Republic of Congo, a country that is the richest country in the world. That's the Democratic Republic of Congo. Yeah, otherwise, yes.
A lot of.
Because richest country because they have every mineral in the world in that particular country.
Yes. $32 trillion. And it's one of the poorest countries.
And it's one of the poorest countries. It's actually supposed to be one of the richest countries in the world.
I can't wrap my
Democratic
head
Republic of Congo.
around it. And it brings, one of the things that President Akufo-Addo, still president, said many years ago about how we sit on money, but we are still hungry. And it's a story not just for Ghana, it's a story for other parts of Africa as well, because we have all these resources. And so we need to ask ourselves some deep questions about how we can have so much and still have so little at the same time. It's a dilemma. I can't wrap my head around it.
But it also brings the argument, I mean, lawyer, that it's not really the resources that develop the people, it's the human being. Not the natural resources that develop the people, but actually it's the human being, the human resource that develops the people. That's that argument. And they cite Dubai as an example and other Arab countries as an example. They are not so much as rich as some African countries, like the Democratic Republic of Congo, yet they've been able to transform themselves very well based on the kind of leadership that has been reflected in those countries.
Malaysia and China have shown us the way that sometimes unconventional means can also get you the desired results, because you don't always have to necessarily follow respect for the dignity of the human being and just giving everyone the opportunity to prove themselves that we are capable. Kwame Nkrumah said that we can, but have we?
We are making some efforts.
Yeah, we're making some efforts. I mean, I remember the now president-elect during one of his engagements when he was the president within 2015-2016, they said that Africa needs to be allowed to make their own mistakes when it comes to democracy, because other parts of the world have been allowed to make their mistakes, and today
they made worse mistakes.
They even made worse mistakes. Yes. And today they are well-defined democracies. I mean, like the US, that is the oldest democracy. That's a beautiful picture there, a beautiful scene there. The vice president, that's Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
And his wife.
The outgoing vice president and his wife.
Mrs. Samira Bawumia. We are seeing the exchange of pleasantries with the Konedo Ajima Rawlings, with her son, Kimathi Rawlings, behind her. And we are seeing these exchanges. I'm sure that for her, it brings back lots of nostalgia.
Lots of memories.
For the time that her husband took that oath in 1993 and again in 1997.
Yeah, 97.
Yeah.
On the field.
Yeah.
And then at a certain time, now he becomes an observer. You can't say the feeling is the same. You will miss a lot of things because the previous ones, you see that the whole West's attention was on you. Now the attention has shifted and you come here only as a passive participant, not an active recipient.
That's a beautiful aerial shot there. So what you're seeing now, you're seeing the arch there. And right behind the arch is the ocean. And it's a beautiful...
the Gulf of Guinea. It's a beautiful sunny day in Accra.
You can also see that we have not really developed the beach well. Because some other part of the world, you see very monumental...
But do we want to see... Because we know what, beach fronts have brought us recently. We want to see the beach area behind the Independence Arch change. I personally want it to just remain like this. Like, don't touch it.
I'm talking about it's not there. You understand?
The grass I want. But I don't want any buildings there. They should just leave that place. Leave that place.
All right, listeners and viewers, this is our coverage of the inauguration of the president-elect, His Excellency John Dramani. It's been a very decisive comeback. But yeah, let me find out. Fine, he was going to contest, and the likelihood of he winning was just a 50-50 because nobody was so sure about that. But with the kind of victory recorded, was this something expected?
The victory recorded?
Yes, yes.
No, it was something that was not expected. He himself knew he was going to win,
but not with this kind.
Yes, not that margin. And in fact, all the pollsters knew there was going to be a change, but they didn't know it was going to be sweeping. Because 92, the opposition did not put in any much effort. And then the 92, the playing ground, as we all know, certain head of state decides to contest. There is no way an election will surprise him. Never. Nowhere in the world.
I think that on a day like this, I want to bring also into focus the memory of the first vice president to take the oath of president after winning the election, His Excellency, our late president, John Evans Atta Mills, who is resting just a few meters from this monumental grounds at Asumdre Park.
Yes. All right. Now, just to briefly take you through the process that actually led us to this significant day and what's happening now. We went into an election on December 7, 2024 to elect leaders, members of parliament, and then a president. That was after a very interesting campaign put together by political parties in this country. And since we're practicing democracy, we had more than 2 political parties taking part in this, but obviously
13 minus 1.
13 minus 1. But obviously 2 of them actually dominating. There we have it. We have former President John Ejapun Kufuor. Next to him is the Vice President, who very soon will no more become the Vice President.
Become the former
Vice President. That is Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, who actually contested against the President. Dr. Nana Akufo-Addo Rawlings also there. So back to the entire process that led us to this particular occasion. And after the election on December 7, on the 9th, the Electoral Commission announced the winner, which is then the opposition process so far, and the team put together. You know, there were some issues here and there concerning contracts, like these contracts being signed, employment here and there, and some announcements given that if care is not taken, some of these things will be withdrawn or even put on hold and all that. I mean, what do you make of the transition process? Both teams, first of all, from the president-elect's team that was put together, and then the outgoing president, His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo's team that was also put together.
If you check from the list submitted by the incoming president, you will see that it's made up of, or let's say, a fusion of the very people who started with Rawlings up to his own time, including those who were with Mata Mills. And then when you check from that of the outgoing president, you see that they were his own people. So that should tell you the mentality of each one. You know, Akufo-Addo came to rule with his own people. And then as for the appointments and those things, even in America, it happens. See, before Joe Biden leave the stage, you see how much he's pumping resources to Ukraine, much against what Trump
actually would have
So it happens everywhere.
Everywhere, because there is a proverb that, so even if it's left with 1 second for the sheep to die, you can't call it a dead sheep. So the president is telling you that until an hour from now, he can do whatever he wants to do as a president.
Ghanaian culture on full display, and we are taking you to the Black Star Square for the continued coverage of the inauguration of President-elect John Dramani Mahama and his running mate, how it all unfolds.
Live coverage is coming to you from the Black Star Square, also known as the Independence Square. This square holds deep historical and symbolic meaning to Ghana's independence. Now to a brief profile of our Vice President-elect, Her Excellency Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman was the Chancellor of the Women's University in Africa from 2018 to 2014. She was the first woman to hold the position of Vice Chancellor in Ghana, leading the University of Cape Coast from 2008 to 2012. Before I continue, permit me to mention that we have a cross-section of the various security heads. They were in our screen shortly. We are announcing the arrival of various dignitaries and heads of states. We have over 19 heads of state present, 3 prime ministers, 5 vice presidents, 5 former presidents, and several heads of delegation. This attests to Ghana's soft power influence in the sub-region and in the world.
In fact, there are also a lot of former heads of state of Africa, because I've seen Jacob Zuma, I've seen Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, I've seen General Obasanjo, I've seen Mr. Goodluck Jonathan, and a lot more others will be acknowledging as we go along.
So this attests to Ghana's soft power influence in the sub-region. And just to continue with the profile of Ghana's first elected Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Her Excellency Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. She was the immediate past president of the Forum for African Women Educationalists and chairperson of the Africa Board. She was also the Minister for Education from 2013 to 2017. She was also the head of the Department of English, Dean of the Faculty of Arts, Dean of the Board of Graduate Studies, founding Dean of the School of Graduate Studies and Research, and Vice Chancellor at the University of Cape Coast. She is also a Fulbright scholar. Professor Opoku Ajiman holds a Bachelor of Arts in French and English, a diploma in education from the University of Cape Coast, a diploma in advanced studies in French from the University of Dakar, and a Master of Arts and PhD in literature from New York University of Toronto and Canada. Madam Vice President is the recipient of national and international awards, notably Officer of the Order of the Volta for academic distinction, the Ghana Women of Excellence Award, the education category, and she also holds Doctor of Letters, University of Cape Coast. On your screen now are the heads of the various security agencies. For the security agencies, we have in attendance the Military High Command of the Ghana Armed Forces, the Chief of the Defense Staff, that is General Thomas Opong-Pepra, who also doubles as the President's Ceremonial ADC, the Chief of the Army Staff, Lieutenant General Besma Kwesi Onwana, the Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Issa Adam Yakubu, the Chief of the Air Staff, Air Marshal Frederick Asari Kwesi Bekwin, and the Chief of Staff at the General Headquarters, Lieutenant General Joseph Prince Osewusu. May I also add that we have the heads of the security agencies. We have the Inspector General of Police, Dr. George Akufu-Dampari, who is also the President's Ceremonial ADC, the Director General of Prisons, Mr. Isaac Kofi Ejiri, the Commissioner General of the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority, Brigadier General Zibrim Ayorogo. On our screen now is the...
So the presidential candidate for the New Patriotic Party in the just ended elections, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, is also present here with all of us, witnessing this historic event here at the Black Star Square, Accra.
Dear viewers, as mentioned earlier, we have the various security agencies supporting the Ghana Police to provide security. Some of the duties include crowd and traffic control. As we can see, we have a lot of people in attendance this morning. So security personnel are deployed at various locations to ensure the total safety and security of attendees. This morning, we will see personnel from the Ghana Navy who will mount a full guard of honor for the inauguration here at the Independence Square. In the course of the program, we shall hear the 21-gun salute by the Ghana Navy. The 21-gun salute is the highest. The salute holds honors high-ranking officials, such as military leaders or heads of government. Later in the evening, we shall see fireworks display. We shall also see a full guard of honor, or should I say full guard of honor was mounted by the Ghana Air Force for the various visiting heads of state at the Kotoka International Airport. The Ghana National Ambulance Service is also here providing medical coverage. We also have the Ghana Police Band providing music for all this ceremony. All these security agencies are playing various roles to ensure the seamless conduct of activities today.
I must add that we have the Ghana National Fire Service on standby for any fire incident.
Dear viewers, you are watching GTV, the station of the nation, and we are bringing you the live coverage from the Black Star Square, also known as the Independence Square. Ghana's first president, Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, commissioned the square in 1961 after Ghana gained independence in 1957. It also coincided with the visit of Queen Elizabeth II of the United Kingdom to Ghana. This square is now being used for important state ceremonies. And this morning we shall witness one of such, which is the inauguration of the President-elect, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and the Vice President-elect, Her Excellency Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman.
In our shots now, it's a bird's eye view of the Independence Square with the stands filled to capacity. The 30,000-seater stand seems to have been loaded with more than what it can take. But we believe that shows the commitment with which Ghanaians are showing towards this particular.
Doyen and it is the hub of democracy. We saw peaceful elections. We are going to see peaceful transition of power today. And just to run you through the order of events this morning, we are now seeing the arrival of dignitaries. Members of parliament are already seated. Former presidents are also seated. We've also seen the arrival of invited heads of state. Very soon we shall see the arrival of Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice, and the justices of the superior courts who will enter the chamber and take their seats. We shall also see the Right Honorable Speaker's procession who will enter the chamber.
Shots now are some of our guests of honor arriving.
Dear viewers, you're watching once again GTV, the station of the nation, bringing you the live coverage of the inauguration of the President-elect, John Dramani Mahama, and the Vice President, Professor Nana Jane Opoku. Dear viewers, as mentioned, we have over 19 heads of state. The special guest of honor is the head of state for the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Joseph Nyuma Boakai. Dear viewers, following the formal dissolution of Parliament at midnight on 6th January, we have the following appointments for the 9th Parliament. Once again on our screen are the heads of the various security agencies, the service commanders, and the heads of the various security services from the police as well.
Seems the security services are well represented here at the Blaster Square. It's a beautiful thing that the inauguration of the president and the vice president is indeed a joyous. They cherish what is going to take place today.
Dear viewers, just to add, in their colorful traditional Ghanaian regalia, some in party colors, and this is us as Ghanaians celebrating oneness and togetherness. We have had peaceful elections, and this morning we shall witness a peaceful transition of power. We have the following appointments for the 9th Parliament. We have the Right Honorable Alban Kingsford Sumana Bagwin. We'll read his profile in the course of the program. The first Deputy Speaker is the MP for Akachi South, Bernard Ahiafo. The second Deputy Speaker is the Member of Parliament for Fomena, Honorable Andrew Amwako Esiama. For the majority side, we have the Majority Leader for the 9th Parliament, who is the MP for Ajumako Enyan Esiam, Dr. Kesiel Atoforsen, the Deputy Majority Leader, who is the Member of Parliament for Elembele, Honorable Emmanuel Ama Kofibua. The Majority Chief Whip is the MP for Adaklu, Honorable Governs Kwame Agboja. The Deputy Majority Chief Whip is the MP for Banda, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim. For the minority side, we have Makin, the Deputy Minority Leader, who is the Member of Parliament for Asokwa, Honorable Patricia Apieje. The Minority Chief Whip, Honorable Frank Ano Dompre, who is the Member of Parliament for Isawam Aduajiri. The first Deputy Minority Whip is Honorable Habib Idrisu, who is the MP for Tolon. And the second Deputy Minority Whip is Honorable Jerry Ahmed Shaib, who is the Member of Parliament for Weja Bawi.
Now let me run you through the program as it is. We are expecting Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice and Justice of the Superior Courts, to enter the chamber meaning here at the Blaster Square, and then followed by the Speaker's procession, and the Speaker will take his chair, then he will call the House to order. The majority and minority leaders, at the invitation of the Right Honorable Speaker, will join the procession to receive His Excellency the President-elect and Her Excellency the Vice President-elect. The Vice President-elect will then be conducted into the chamber by the Right Honorable Speaker. The Right Honorable Speaker will then invite Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice,
Dramani Mahama, and the Vice President-elect, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyemang. We are seeing more arrivals of our dignitaries. We just saw the arrival of the outgoing First Lady, the lovely wife of His Excellency, the outgoing President. So on our screen now is the outgoing President, His Excellency Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo, and his lovely spouse, Madam Rebecca Akufo-Addo.
You are live on GTV, the station of the nation, and we are telecasting this event live across all the regions in Ghana. And I believe you can also listen to our radio commentaries on all the regional FM station of the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation events.
So we still have more arrivals.
Distinguished guests, we also have in our midst Head of State of the Democratic Republic of Congo, His Excellency Felix Tshisekedi. You are most welcome, sir.
I'll witness the arrival of the Right Honorable
As you can see, viewers at home, the Blaster Square here,
distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we also have in our midst the
Ghanaians from all walks of life are here to witness this historical event. And I call it a historical event, and has been re-elected to serve just one term. We also have arriving is the Chief Imam, Sheikh Osman Sharabutu, one of the spiritual pillars of our country, especially when it comes to Islam.
Distinguished viewers, if you are just tuning in, you're watching the inauguration of President John Dramani Mahama. And permit me to add that in the course of the program, we shall see the President's official ADC in the person of Lieutenant Colonel Abdul Wahab Issa. Let me also use this opportunity to dispel the misconception of who an ADC is. The ADC is not a bodyguard. The role of an ADC is very prestigious and demands exceptional discipline, discretion, organizational skills, and loyalty, as he is directly responsible for facilitating the president's effectiveness in office. The president's ADC has a unique role in ensuring the smooth execution of the president's daily activities. These include accompanying the president during official engagements and ceremonies. He also acts as the president's primary personal assistant, managing schedules and ensuring the president's time is optimized. Also coordinates transportation, accommodation, and other logistical needs for the president's travel. He also manages sensitive information with discretion and professionalism, and he acts as a trusted confidant to the president in various matters. The ADC is also a link between the president and other government officials and relays instructions from the president to the relevant stakeholders, all teams. He also ensures adherence to official protocol during events, both domestically and internationally. He is also responsible for supervising ceremonial arrangements and ensuring they are aligned with the dignity of the office. He can also offer counsel on matters related to military or security issues, given his military background. So the ADC has a lot to do. He is someone who is prestigious with exceptional discipline, discretion, and organizational skills. And today, for the very first time, we shall see our president-elect and his official ADC.
Now, does that mean that the vice president will also have an ADC? Can you explain that for us?
The vice president will also have an ADC, and the vice president's ADC is from the Ghana Police Service. As mentioned, these senior officers are carefully selected. They are selected based on a number of qualities. And as I mentioned, the person should be someone with great organizational skills, who is loyal, who is disciplined, who has discretion, because they are responsible for accompanying the president during his official engagements and ceremonies. They primarily act as the personal assistants, managing schedules and ensuring the president's time is optimized.
Now, on the program, I have seen...
From the Ghana Navy will mount a full guard of honor for the inauguration here at the Independence Square. And during it surpasses all other salutes with fewer rounds. This ceremonial honor holds great symbolic significance. Its purpose varies and depends on the context, but is generally associated with respect, tribute, and recognition. It is a ceremonies. The salute honors high-ranking officials, such as military leaders and heads of government. It is also performed during funerals for high...
I've seen the top hierarchy of the National Democratic Congress. At least I have seen Mr. Fifi Kwete.
Ekufuor-Addo and his wife, Her Excellency Rebecca Ekufuor-Addo.
The Black Stars were here in Accra. And as I was saying before, I've seen the top hierarchy of the National Democratic Congress. At least I've seen Mr. Fifi Kwete. I've seen Professor Joshua Alabi.
Your Excellencies, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen.
Currently,
our very special guest of honor is the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Ahmed Bola Tinubu.
That's Senegal.
We also have in our midst Head of State of Senegal, His Excellency Bassirou Faye.
Then General Dream Ayorowo We also have the Director of National Investigations in the room, Nana Atobra Kweku, the Chief Officer, Mr. Julius Kumwo, and the Controller General of the Ghana Immigration Service, Mr. Kwame Isua. For the security agencies, we have in attendance the Military High Command of the Ghana Armed Forces. That is the Chief of the Defense Staff, General Thomas Opompetra, who is the President's Ceremonial ADC, the Chief of the Army Staff, Lieutenant General Bismarck Kwe Omona, the Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Issa Yakubu,
Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, shortly we'll see the procession of the judges of the Superior Court of Ghana joining in. Is the Chief Justice part?
Yes, I am. Now on your screen are members or the judges of the Chief Justice
As we welcome Her Ladyship,
and other
the Chief Justice Gertrude Araba Isaba Saki Tokonu, leading the procession of the Justice of the Superior Court of Ghana.
And be with them as they administer their various oaths to all of us Ghanaians.
Dear viewers, let me just add that Her Ladyship Justice Gertrude Araba Isaba Saki Tokonu was sworn into office as the 15th Chief Justice of Ghana by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo as mandated by the 1992 Constitution on Monday, 12 June 2023. After Justice Georgina Theodora Wood, who served from 2007 to 2007 in the Judicial Service of Ghana, she took over from His Lordship Justice Enim Yeboah, who retired on 24th May 2023 as required by the law. As mentioned earlier, she will be playing a very important role today to see to the successful transition of power.
We are still live from the Black Star Square here in Accra, and you're watching us on various networks across the country. This feed is also being picked, I must say, and as you can see, some members of the diplomatic corps. I can see a Catholic, a clergyman. I can see people, invited guests from the diplomatic community, all here at the Independence Square or the Black Star Square as it is.
We have over 19 heads of states gracing this occasion. We have 3 prime ministers, we have 5 former presidents, and we have 5 vice presidents. We have various heads of delegation from Africa and across the world, all here with us to celebrate this peaceful transition of power. This once again demonstrates Ghana's influence, Ghana's soft power influence across Africa and the world.
In fact, their presence here is a testimony to the success of our democratic experiment. Other countries in Africa never had it the way we have. There have been chaos, there have been fights, there have been protests across some countries in Africa. We thank God that our transition has been relatively peaceful. And this is not the first time we are transiting power from one political party or government to another. From the 2009, then we had another one. We're having another one. Now, let me run you through the history of the Fourth Republic. Ghanaians, as as a head of state or president from the 7th January 1993 to 7th January 2001. He was
distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen,
of Ghana.
We also have in our midst head of state of Kenya, His Excellency William Ruto.
Took up the mantle from the 7th of January 2001 to the 7th of January 2009. Then Professor John Atta Mills also took up the mantle from the 7th of January 2009, and he died in office 3 years later. In fact, it was 3 years, 199 days. Then John Mahama took over and was our president for the rest of the term of Professor John Evans Atta Mills. And he was eventually voted into office and inaugurated on the 7th of January 2012. And he was in the seat till the 7th of January 2017, 4 years, 167 days. Then the mantle fell on Nana Addo Akufo-Addo from the 7th of January 2017 till yesterday, in actual fact, when he had to relinquish the seat through the due democratic process which Ghana has now been known for. Now we are awaiting 2025.
This is
all
also an
persons
encouragement
standing on
to
the
any young person
driveway
out
from
there.
the entrance should kindly move from there. Thank you.
Never give up. We should always continue to fight and keep trying till we meet our goal. Distinguished viewers, our very special guest of honor is the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Ahmed Bola Tinubu. He is also the chairperson of the Economic Community of West African States, and he is gracing us with his presence today.
On your screens now are the members of the Supreme Court, the judges of the Supreme Court who are here present. Because whatever is being done here today has legal repercussions, their presence here is very, very, very important.
So we are seeing the arrival of more dignitaries.
You can see members of parliament. You can see the Honorable Sam George, the Honorable Haruna Idrisu, Honorable Muntaka, and a host of their colleagues from the National Democratic.
Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, arriving now is the Speaker of Parliament, Right Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Babin. Shall we please rise to welcome the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament?
And other security agencies who are also present. All is now set for the arrival of the Speaker of Parliament, the Right Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Babin. Very soon, the entire space
distinguished
of this
guests,
sphere will be converted
very
to
soon
Parliament.
the entire space of this sphere will be converted to Parliament for the swearing in of the President-elect and Vice President-elect.
The arrival of the Speaker of Parliament, Right Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Babin. He will very soon call this place to order and this place will be converted to Parliament for the swearing-in of the President and Vice President-elect.
You know, yesterday I learned from the Speaker that his name is Sumana. You know, and sometimes we in the media mispronounce the names of people a lot. And I think we must up our game.
Please be seated.
Taking the advice or on how to mention names.
Shortly, we will be joined by the President-elect and Vice President-elect of the Republic of Ghana, and they will be received by the Speaker of Parliament.
You've not met before. It's just...
Indeed, we will all try to get the pronunciations of their names right, but we must also acknowledge that we all come from different backgrounds, different religion and ethnic backgrounds, and this can sometimes affect the pronunciation, but as courtesy demands, it is something that we all must learn to pronounce names from the north, from the east, from the west, regardless. In
distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we also have in our midst the Crown Prince of Bahrain,
the peaceful transition
Salma bin Hamad Al Khalifa.
The atmosphere here is simply electrifying. There's so much noise in the stadium, and it's all in joy and it's all in celebration of this historic moment in the history of
at the Blaster Square. Yes, I can see Honorable Kofi Totobi Kwachi, Honorable Seth Lekwe. These are all stalwarts of the NDC, and they are here present to witness this historic occasion.
Very shortly, we will be joined by the President-elect and the Vice President-elect, who will be received by the Speaker of Parliament, after which parliamentary proceedings will commence. In our screen, we can as mentioned, we have various security agencies supporting the Ghana Police Service to provide security. Some of the duties include crowd and traffic control. There are so many people in attendance this morning, so security personnel are deployed at various locations to ensure the total safety and security of all attendees. This morning, personnel from the Ghana Navy will mount a full guard of honor for the inauguration here at the Independence Square. And in the course of the guard of honor, we shall hear the 21-gun salute. As mentioned earlier, the 21-gun salute is the highest level of honor accorded to any president, head of state, or senior military head. It is a gesture of respect and recognition for a sovereign nation and its leaders, such as the president, king, or queen. It is also performed during funerals for high-ranking officers, presidents, or other notable figures. On our screens now is the President John Ajekum Kufuor. The outgoing Vice President, His Excellency Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, and his lovely spouse, Madam Samira Bawumia.
I can also see on the screen the MP for Adan East, Doyo Gansa, and Kofi Adams. Is he the MP for Guam? I should think so. You don't have. More arrivals on your screens, and you can see that the Blaster Square here is packed to capacity.
We also viewers, we are seeing more arrivals of dignitaries.
I bet a lot of people here are just waiting for the arrival of the president-elect and the vice president-elect.
This seems to be the arrival of the head of state of Sierra Leone, His Excellency Julius Maada Bio.
We have how many heads of state here? 19, I think.
19 heads of states, 5 former presidents, 3 prior, and the whole world.
I hear there's a U.S. delegation in town to witness this historic event.
Exactly. The United States President, His Excellency Joe Biden, has sent a high-powered delegation to witness this event as well. We can't count out the party supporters who are also here in
On your screen now is the minority leader, Mr. Afenyo Marking, Honorable Afenyo Marking. Valerie Sawyer is also there, and Dr. Kwabena Dufo, I can see in the background behind them.
And we have the... As mentioned, the audiences are from wide and vast, from Africa, from the world, within Ghana. It's just massive. The attendance is massive. And it's just wonderful to behold this historic moment. So we see an arrival from Equatorial Guinea. And from Equatorial Guinea, we have the arrival of the Vice President, His Excellency Teodoro Obiang Nguema Mbasugu from Equatorial Guinea, leading the delegation. We have just seen the arrival of the Vice President from Equatorial Guinea, His Excellency Teodoro Obiang Nguema Mbasugu. He's leading a delegation to this August event.
As you can see, a very long view of the vehicles of dignity. Yes, there is the incoming Chief of Staff, Julius Debra, and Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Mr. Seydou Ketia, affectionately called General Mosquito.
Having previously occupied the high office of President between January 7th, 2013 and January 6th, 2013.
And on your screen,
born 66 years ago,
Mr. President, His
Paul
Excellency
Mahama
and
Madam
Then this is when I say historic, I really mean it. Because this is
in the now Savannah region of Ghana, of Parliament for Bole Bamboy constituency, Deputy Minister for Communications, Minister for Communications, Vice President of the Republic of the His Excellency Mahama considers the combination of histories, communication, and social psychology courses he studied for his undergrad and postgraduate degrees.
The arrival of one of his,
including education, health, ports and harbors, aviation, rail, oil and gas, ICT, and many more. His vision and strategic investments in these areas position the country as a lower middle income country for its next development phase.
Former Vice President Dr.
Beyond investments in socio-economic infrastructure, President Mahama is passionate about investing in people.
On your screens, you can also see the arrival.
John Mahama further demonstrated his commitment to women's empowerment by appointing several women to prominent roles in his administration. In 2020, he made a groundbreaking decision to nominate Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman as his first presidential candidate, making it a first for a major political party in Ghana. He repeated this bold decision in 2024, and with their victory, Ghana is welcoming his first female vice president. His Excellency John Mahama is an avid reader, author, and historian. Over the course of his career, he has written for several newspapers and authored several publications. He has also published a memoir, his first book titled My First Coup d'Etat, and other true stories from the lost decades of Africa. President.
So we have several parties stalwarts.
Yes, these are actually members of parliament of the NDC. Members of parliament of the NDC mostly are those you find on your screens currently. And these are members of parliament of the MPP on your screens, as more and more dignitaries arrive at the Blaster Square here to witness the
May I now call the House to order and invite the majority and the minority leaders to assist me receive Her Excellency, the Vice President-elect of the Republic of Ghana, Honorable Majority and Minority Leader.
the Vice President-elect to the grounds.
The crowd is sensation. Ghana having its first female vice president.
Here is intense. Happiness, excitement, all in readiness for what we are about to witness.
And security is also in full force. We have various security personnel deployed to ensure the total safety and security of personnel. They are all playing critical roles to ensure that this event goes seamlessly, devoid of any major hitches. We have rich display of culture.
I believe that is...
And that is DSP Mary Agamba. She's in charge of the police mounted squadron.
Invited guests arriving now is the President-elect of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Shall we all wave our flags to welcome him? Mahama. He is accompanied by his spouse, soon-to-be First Lady, Her Excellency Lordina Dramani Mahama. Shall we all wave our flags to welcome him? Into the Chamber of Parliament here at the Black Star Square. The entourage of Parliament includes the clerks of Parliament and other senior officials of Parliament. As I mentioned earlier, we will soon enter the Chamber of Parliament. On the square. Please, if you are not authorized to be on the square, kindly move back.
Honorable members, you may now resume your seats. Honorable members, I now have the singular honor of the Republic of Ghana to administer the oaths to the President-elect and the Vice President-elect. We will start with the Vice President-elect, who will take and subscribe to the oath of allegiance and the oath of the Vice President. Your Ladyship, the Chief Justice, you may now do so now.
Your Excellency, first the oath of allegiance. Kindly say after me. I,
Professor Nana Jane Opoko Ajiman,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance.
To the Republic of Ghana.
To the Republic of Ghana.
As by law established.
As by law established.
That I will uphold.
That I will uphold.
The sovereignty and integrity of Ghana.
The sovereignty and integrity of Ghana.
And that I will preserve.
And that I will preserve.
Protect.
And defend.
The Constitution.
The Constitution.
Of the Republic of Ghana.
Of the Republic.
Now the oath of the Vice President. I,
Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman,
having been elected
to
the office of Vice President of the Republic of Ghana,
to the office of Vice President of the Republic of Ghana,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That I will be faithful.
That I will be faithful.
And true. To the Republic of Ghana.
To the Republic of Ghana.
That I will at all times.
That I will at all times.
Preserve.
Protect.
And defend.
The
Constitution of the Republic of Ghana.
The Constitution of the Republic of Ghana.
And I dedicate myself. To the service.
And
well-being.
And to do right.
To all manner of persons. I further. Solemnly swear.
That should I. At any time.
Break this oath of office.
I shall submit myself.
To
I shall submit myself
to the laws of the Republic of Ghana
to the laws of the Republic of Ghana
and suffer the penalty
for it.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Madam Vice President.
Thank you.
Lift your.
Honorable members, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana shall now sign the oath book. And I have the pleasure and Excellency, the President-elect, to take and subscribe to the oath of allegiance and the presidential oath to do so.
Your Excellency, kindly say after me. This is the oath of allegiance. I. Your name.
John Dramani Mahama.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
And allegiance. The sovereignty.
And integrity.
And integrity.
Of Ghana.
Of Ghana.
And that I will preserve.
And that I will preserve.
Protect.
Protect.
And defend.
And defend.
The Constitution.
The Constitution.
Of the Republic of Ghana.
Of the Republic of Ghana.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Excellency, now the presidential oath.
I, John Dramani Mahama,
having been elected
to
the high office of President of the Republic of Ghana, do in the name of the Almighty God swear. That I will be faithful. And true. To the Republic of Ghana. That I will at all times. Preserve
the Constitution
of the Republic of Ghana. And that I dedicate myself.
Republic of Ghana.
And to do right. To all manner of persons. I further. Solemnly swear. That should I. At any time. To the laws of the Republic of Ghana. And suffer. The penalty for it. So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. President. Let me be the first.
we stand.
Culture and steady in its pursuit of progress. Today, we celebrate a momentous occasion in our nation's history as we welcome the newly elected president, His Excellency, John Dramani Mahama. A true nation builder, committed to forging a brighter future for all Ghanaians. John Mahama embodies the pillars of leadership that our nation craves: trustworthiness, reliability, modesty, and above all, truthfulness. From the moment he stepped into the political arena, John Mahama has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to the people of Ghana. His approachable demeanor, paired with his genuine concern for the needs of the Ghanaian, has earned him their trust. A trust that is pivotal for any leader aiming to guide a nation through challenging times.
What I really like about JDM is his humility. The man is simply so down to earth, it's unbelievable. He's so humble, it's unbelievable. I really like that about him.
John Mama, Osronyame, Odonyame, Osronyame, Opinion the Pem. We are Palau, we are Penu, we are Pepenu, we are Chivio, we are try to be out with John Mama Tawase. On Casse, we in a chili, we in a wheelie.
Honorable members,
President Mahama is practical. He communicates his issues very, very well. And he understands the Ghanaian politics very well. He understands the Ghanaian people very well. And that is what I like about him.
The brand, John Dramani Mahama, is not just a name. It represents resilience, strength, progress, and empathy.
I believe John Dramani Mahama is loved by many. His personality.
And now, on your behalf, invite His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, to deliver his inaugural address. Your Excellency, you may now proceed to do so.
The Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Members of Parliament, Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman, Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice, Your Excellency, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President of the Federal Republic of Ghana, and special guest of honor for this occasion, Your Excellencies, Presidents, Heads of Government and Development Agencies, Your Excellency, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and former presidents and gentlemen, my brothers and sisters. I wish you a good morning, and we give thanks to the Almighty God on this occasion. Our Father who art in heaven, we thank you for giving us this day, a day that offers me, your humble servant, a unique opportunity to work to reset our dear country, Ghana. 32 years ago, on January 7th, Ghana made its first and most successful democratic transition, a reset, with the swearing in of the newly democratically elected President, Jerry John Rawlings, of blessed memory. Our nation was returned to a multi-party democracy with a new constitution that went into effect, and the Fourth Republic was officially established. I refer to it as a reset because on that day in 1993, we made our fourth attempt at establishing a democratic system of government with term limits based on free, fair, and transparent elections. The handover of power on January 7, 2001, between former President Jerry John Rawlings and at the time the newly elected President John Agyekum Kufuor, tested that reset, and our nation passed with flying colors. So today, with my induction as the new President of the Republic of Ghana, every 4 years with each newly elected president. Today, we're also making a different kind of history, one that speaks to our maturity as a democracy, a nation of citizens enfranchised with the authority at the polls to determine their political future. Today's exercise between the outgoing President, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and I feels a bit like a deja vu. We shared this same space. I was the outgoing President, having served one term, and he was the incoming President, having been given a mandate by the people of Ghana, as I'm sure we are today, that it is the people of Ghana that we are elected to serve. Somehow, it seems fitting that it is with Nana Akufo-Addo that I twice shared this stage and this unique historical distinction, because Nana Akufo-Addo and I began our national political careers in Parliament in the same year, 1996. He has always greeted me with warmth, a firm handshake, and a smile. And he is perhaps the only person in my life who has persistently chosen to call me Johnny. While we belong to opposing political parties, we shared a sense of mutual respect. In those early days, we probably could not have imagined that destiny would bring us to the leadership of our office of the land. Nana, as this will be our final meeting under these circumstances, and as I look back on the journey we have traveled together, and you with the same bald head and round being a worthy opponent, I extend my warmest wishes to His Excellency, the former Vice President, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, sportsmanship in making track contest. I wish you all the best. The world in which Ghana exists today, as I begin this presidency, is not the same world in which we have relations. These tensions and conflicts place pressure on alliances to decide where we will support. There's a seismic shift happening within the system of global economic dominance. Whereas the G7 nations, United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, France, Germany, Italy, and Japan once provided the highest percentage of the world's GDP, over the last decade, that number has been steadily dropping. However, the combined total of the GDP of the BRIC nations, Brazil, Russia, India, increasing. In 2023, for instance, the G7's combined total of world GDP was 27%. In 2023, the BRICS percentage of world GDP was 37.3%. And so what does this mean to us in Ghana? What could it mean to our economy? Where do we fit in this geopolitical maelstrom? Technology such as artificial intelligence has taken us to new heights, opening up the potential for national, financial, and personal security issues that we are not yet able to imagine. One example is the use of misguided group sentiments towards ties with our neighbors to ensure that we're working together to keep our sub-region safe. We stand in solidarity and work borders. We also acknowledge they may be Ivorians, they may be Togolese, they may be Burkinabes, they may be Nigerians or Malians, Nzemes, their houses, their Moshis and Gourmets. Because we are all part of one another, one big family. With the increase of the climate crisis, and as the waters grow warmer, melting the Arctic ice and permafrost, there's a greater likelihood for viruses that have been frozen and thought to be extinct for decades, perhaps even centuries, to begin to spread and create another global pandemic. The changing climate conditions are enabling existing viruses to spread and mutate at a faster and faster rate than they did before. This is a serious challenge. Ebola, COVID, and Mpox have taken on the families and communities and medical infrastructure in several of our neighboring countries and in the entire world to a screeching halt. My government will be working diligently to strengthen our public health systems while monitoring the global health situation so that when, and not if, but when the next pandemic or epidemic occurs, the loss of lives in Ghana will be minimal. The larger world exists around us and to some extent within us. While we cannot and should never use it as an excuse to stray from the direct and immediate needs of Ghana for the well-being of our citizens, we must also bear in mind that the affairs of the world, if we care to shape, lessen, avoid, or even at the other end of things, maximize the effect they have on us. My brothers and sisters, barely a month ago, we held historic elections that have caused dramatic shifts in our political landscape. I feel greatly honored that you, my compatriots, considered me worthy of receiving such an unprecedented and overwhelming mandate to steer the affairs of our beloved nation at this critical time in our history. The magnitude of this victory in the presidential elections and the gains that were made by my party, the National Democratic Congress, in the parliamentary elections naturally and justifiably resulted in great joy and celebration across our country, Ghana. But celebrations, no matter how justified and how well earned, must be supplanted by discernment, sobriety, and deeper insights into why we received this kind of mandate in the first place. By voting as you did on December 7th, the Ghanaian people conveyed a powerful message, yet often overlooked by us politicians. This message was powerfully emphasized by a giant of American political history, President Ronald Reagan, when he declared at his inauguration some 40 years ago that governments have no power except that granted by the people. While Ghanaians take great pride in our thriving democracy, they are deeply dissatisfied with the quality of governance over the years and have openly voiced that dissatisfaction through the decisive actions that they undertake at the elections. Our people also understand that democracy is not just a token. They expect that if democracy is celebrated as a superior means of governance, then its outcomes must be more tangible and benefit them in their individual lives. Any honest introspection and reflection on the partaking in this democratic dividend, where people buffeted by severe economic crisis and hardships, and in the last few years, we have lurched from crisis to crisis. But there is hope on the horizon. Today should mark the beginning of a new opportunity. Set our dear nation, Ghana. To the millions of my fellow countrymen and women who joined long queues and waited in the sun for their turn honoring me, my firm, immutable assurance is that your votes will matter in the work that our courage to bring change will not go in vain. Our nation was born in the past, but I urge you, my fellow countrymen, not to be sucked into a state of perpetual pessimism. For some time, our country has urgently needed leadership with an unwavering desire to get things done, with your cooperation and your help. As your next leader, I shall strive to exercise sound judgment and be able to make the right calls at the right time. I will have the humility and presence of mind to take responsibility timelessly to resolve the challenges that we face as a nation. Since the elections, I have read and heard the word hope used many times in relation to my presidency and what it should offer the citizens of Ghana. I intend to speak plainly and clearly to you today, and every time I address you subsequently, I intend to always tell you the truth. The circumstances we find ourselves in are indeed dire. The first is economic restoration and stabilization of the macroeconomic environment is once again open for business. The third is governance and constitutional reforms. And the final, but not the least, is accountability and the fight against corruption. My brothers and sisters, actions in which I have enumerated 26 actions that I'll take within my first 120 days. There is reason for hope, and there is every reason for hope. But we must also have faith, because faith empowers us to trust the things that will happen. With faith, you believe what you know, and that is why we need faith to be able to achieve our reset. We need a reset with the faith we have in our country and our leadership. We need a reset with the faith we have in our institutions. That I mean in all of us, because all of us are Ghana. You are Ghana, and I am Ghana. All of you seated here today, Ghanaian citizens, you are Ghana. The people who you are with or near you as you watch this on television, in your homes, or listen on radio, or follow on social media, Ghana we all love, and the good people of our country who make up this dear nation. And I ask that you envision a Ghana that you want to live in, a Ghana that you want to leave behind to your children and your grandchildren. What can you do to help build that better Ghana that we all strive for? What behaviors, what attitudes and mindsets can we reset? We need a reset, and we have faith in Ghana's ability to overcome, excel, and be so successful with this reset that it will be difficult to imagine a time when that was not the case. I am honored and humbled to accept the mantle of the President of the Republic of Ghana. Today we celebrate a new administration and herald an unprecedented era of opportunity and transformation. With Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman by my side, we are poised to embark on a journey of progress and inclusivity, united in our vision for a more prosperous Ghana. This day is particularly special for us and for every Ghanaian who dreams of a society where barriers are shattered and ambitions are realized. With the inauguration, Nana Jane's ascension to the high office is not merely a personal triumph. It symbolizes our collective cherished and amplified of diverse voices to shape the future, voices that have the courage to soar beyond our traditional confines. My brothers and sisters, together as we look to the horizon, we reaffirm our dedication to breaking the glass ceiling that has long hindered many from reaching their full potential. Governance that reflects all segments of our population, strengthens our democracy, and enriches our conversation. We stand committed to enacting policies that empower women and ensure that the door of opportunity is opened wide, organize our efforts to create a society where every Ghanaian can dream, believe, and achieve without any restraints. Remember that great leadership is not defined merely by administration. Along with my Vice President, Nana Opukwa-Jiman, will prioritize inclusivity, accountability. I'm profoundly grateful for a generation that is brimming with potential and dreams that are waiting to be realized. This moment is a powerful affirmation that your voices matter, that your aspirations are valid, and that your future must be our priority. We're committed to translating your hopes into action and create to be tailored to sustain innovation needed will champion diversity in all facets of governance, ensuring that every Ghanaian, regardless of your nation story. Ghana's youth represent the heartbeat of our democracy. Their ambition will drive our policies as we strive to create an inclusive, equitable society where everyone has a seat at the table. Our vision hinges on the introduction and implementation of a 24-hour economy, a vibrant 24-hour Ghanaian economy, which will also be anchored in agriculture and agribusiness, the energy and creativity of all our people. Just imagine a Ghana where our markets are alive and bustling at all hours, such that businesses can operate flexibly to meet the diverse demands that they are subjected to. And young can find opportunities regardless of traditional institutions. The 24-hour economy model will also bolster job creation for the young people, stimulate local industry, and attract foreign investments, and allow us to build resilient communities and a sustainable future. This vision extends beyond mere economic transactions. It symbolizes empowerment, the empowerment of every Ghanaian to contribute to our national progress. My fellow citizens, this culture of inclusion ensures that every citizen can enjoy the fruits of his hard work. To the business leaders and entrepreneurs, I invite you to support this new model and join me in shaping a business environment where creativity thrives and where the fruits of your investments contribute to the collective welfare of our nation. Your role in driving our economy forward cannot be overstated. Your innovation and dedication will be a look at the tax regime and rational business community, I assure you. Let me thank you, your busy schedule behind, and coming to join us at this ceremony. Your presence brings our sister countries who have traveled from near and far to be with us today. Your presence is a testament to the strong bonds of friendship and cooperation that exist at our borders, and our work collectively with you towards regional stability, economic growth, and mutual respect between our nations. And in our local parlance, I say Akwaba to all of you. To my family and fellow citizens, my wife Lodina, I thank you for your unwavering support and commitment to our shared vision, one of a new era of hope, an era of job creation, an era of accountability. My fellow citizens, this is a patriotic call to action for all of us to participate in building a nation that lives up to its promise, where hope thrives and dreams become a reality. Together, let us cultivate a brighter future for our beloved Ghana, where unity, progress, and equality are not just ideals we aspire to, but are the very fabric of our nation. In closing, I invite you to partner with us on this journey. Together, we can create a brighter future for our beloved Ghana, where unity, progress, and equality are not simply goals we are aiming for, but are the cornerstone of our society. Let's work hand in hand to foster these values and strengthen our nation for everyone. My fellow citizens, our invited guests, I thank you very much. May God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation great and strong. I thank you.
Yeah. Honorable members, on your behalf, I convey the gratitude of the House to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, for his address. Your Excellency, the House is extremely grateful to you. Honorable members, may now we have the presence of our special guest of honor in the distinguished personality of His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the President of the Republic of the Federal, I should say the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It is my honor to now invite him to deliver his address. Your Excellency, you are welcome to do so now.
Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Ghana, Head of State and Government here present, Right Honorable Speaker and members of Parliament of Ghana, members of the diplomatic corps, eminent personalities here present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is always good when a friend and brother can visit the home of a close neighbor to celebrate his success and progress with him. Today, we celebrate African democracy as Ghana and our beloved people mark the transition from one democratic government to another. This moment does not merely symbolize another milestone in the evolution of Ghanaians' democratic society. It further demonstrates that in West Africa, we are capable of democratic and productive endeavors. It is time that our continent critics stop forgetting the strides that Ghana, Nigeria, and others have made. We need not prove ourselves to them. We have nothing to prove to anyone except ourselves. We will lift our nations out of poverty and build strong and resilient economies for our people. Today, I am here not only as the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, but also as an African in resolute support of Ghana and our people. This moment is a source of pride and honor for Ghanaians, the entire continent, and its diaspora. The sun is out and the sky may be blue, but I see today a black star rising high in African sky. This black star shines over this nation, and its rays spread across this continent with a sense of shared history, hope, compassion, unity, devotion to our common welfare. While others may seek to demean Africa and keep brothers pitted against brothers, that shining star reminds us of who we are. Better yet, it reminds us of who we can be. That star reminds us always to strive and walk together, bond together, even when we disagree. We must choose the path of peaceful dialogue. Never can we do harm to our brothers, nor can we permit any outsider to disrupt our bonds of brotherhood. The spirit of Ghana, the first Republic President, Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, is here present today, lifting that star higher and higher. Just as Ghana draws inspiration and a well of strength from Kwame Nkrumah and many of his past leaders, Nigeria similarly draws inspiration from its founding fathers, who not only fought for our independence, but also cherished the close relationship between our two nations. May we always walk in the way and in the spirit of these enlightened leaders. Ghana is in harmony with that spirit, and President John Mahama inauguration today reflect that. Your new president is a man of patriotic vision and substance. He loves his nation and his people to the core. He believes that your nation has a mission and intend for you all to fulfill it. No one can ask more of a leader than that. President John Mahama and I share a deep friendship. My dear brother, I am here to walk with you. You know you can count on Nigeria's support at any given time. You call on me. We are your brothers and sisters. We shall always be there for you. May your administration be a profound success and progress for you, Ghanaians, and entire region. I am confident that new government under the leadership of President John Mahama will work with Nigeria to strengthen this powerful bond, leading to greater shared progress, prosperity for the people of our two nations. I have no doubt that your administration will bring about positive change and progress. Your accession to the power should also mark a new and invigorating momentum in pursuing sub-regional and integration and progress. With laser focus, we can tackle our people's most pressing problem of poverty, youth unemployment, instability, insurgency, and many other problems hampering our desired progress. May Ghana's democracy continue to grow stronger. May progress and prosperity be your portion. Let us all look forward to a future filled with hope, opportunity, and progress. God bless Ghana and its beloved people. God bless Federal Republic of Nigeria and its beloved people. God bless ECOWAS. God bless our beloved Africa. I thank you for your kind attention. God bless you.
Honorable members, We are indeed inspired by the warm words of His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I now have the honor to, on your behalf, invite the visiting heads of state and former presidents to congratulate the President of the Republic of Ghana. I have a real tall list. It is my hope and prayer
twice elected in my kingdom.
These are special. They are special people. We have to.
As highlighted by the President and our special guest of honor, His Excellency Ahmed Bola Tinubu of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Now, what else? What is the next on the agenda? Because
very soon we will witness.
Honorable members, I will now, on your behalf, call the names of our distinguished dignitaries, the heads of states and presidents from various countries to come to congratulate His Excellency, the President of Ghana. And I'll start with our special guest, the President, the Commander-in-Chief, and the Head of State of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the person of His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to lead in this whole exercise. Your Excellency, you may proceed to do so now. Immediately after him will be His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Rwanda, His Excellency Paul Kagame. Then follows His Excellency the President of the Republic of Togo, His Excellency Faure Gnassingbé. After him comes His Excellency the President of Benin, the Republic of Benin, in the person of Patrice Talon. Bienvenue. Merci beaucoup.
Félicitations.
Then follows the President of Gambia, His Excellency Adama Barrow. After him, we have His Excellency Brigadier Julius Maada Bio, the President of the Federal Republic of Sierra Leone. Immediately follows His Excellency Felix Antoine Tshisekedi Chilombo, the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo. After His Excellency, the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, we have His Excellency Umaru Sissoco Embalo, the President of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau. After him follows the President of the Republic of Cabo Verde, His Excellency Jose Maria Neves.
Black Star.
After the President of Cabo Verde, we have His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, the rural boy, who is the President of the Republic of Kenya.
I went to his farm, Beautiful farm.
Rural boys. The rural boy.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Honorable members, after His Excellency William Ruto, this is the President of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency Joseph Numa Boakai Sr. We also have His Excellency the President, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba. He is the President of the Republic of Namibia. Sorry. That is a she, not a he. Doctor, you may forgive me. After Her Excellency, the President of Namibia, is His Excellency Bassirou Diomaye Faye, the President of the Republic of Senegal. We then have the President of the Republic of Chad, in the person of His Excellency Mahamat Idris Deby Itno. After him, we have the President of the Republic of Botswana, His Excellency Duma Gideon Boku. After him comes the head of state of the strong people of Burkina Faso, His Excellency Captain Ibrahim Traoré. The full meaning of Burkina Faso means strong men and women of integrity. We have His Excellency Brigadier General Bryce Clotaire Oligui Nguema, the President of the Republic of Gabon. After him, we have His Excellency Mamadi Doumbouya, who is the President of Guinea-Conakry. And after him, we have the Prime Minister, Abdoulaye Maïga. He's the Prime Minister of Mali. We also have the Prime Minister of Niger in the person of Mr. Lamine Zain Ali Mahman, and the Prime Minister of Haiti, His Excellency Fritz Alphonse Jean. Prime Minister Mali, Niger, Prime Minister of Niger. After him is the Prime Minister of Haiti.
Bonjour, ça va? Bienvenue.
After that, we have the Vice President of Equatorial Guinea, the person of His Excellency Teodoro Obiang Nguema Mbasogo. Then follows the Vice President of Uganda, the person of Jessica Rose Epel Alupo. We have the Vice President of the Republic of Tanzania, His Excellency Dr. Philip Isdor Mpango. That is rather the Vice President of Tanzania. We also have with us the Vice President of La Côte d'Ivoire.
Greetings from President Museveni.
The person of Chiemoko Meiliet Kone. Tanzanites.
She's fine. She sends her regards.
La Côte d'Ivoire. After His Excellency the Vice President of La Côte d'Ivoire, we have the Vice President of Mauritania, His Excellency Mohamed Adihali Khatra.
Congratulations.
My father and I. Congratulations.
The Vice President of Mauritania, we now have the Speaker of Parliament of the Kingdom of Morocco, His Excellency Rashid Talbi Alami. After him is the former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Olusegun Obasanjo. Together with his younger brother, the former President of Nigeria, His Excellency Goodluck Ebele Jonathan.
Mr. Speaker,
Morocco.
I'm Speaker of Morocco.
Yes,
I hope to see you.
Yes. Thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, fantastic. Wonderful. All right. Thank you. Thanks for coming.
After His Excellency Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, we have the former president of Liberia, in the person of Her Excellency Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. After her, we have the former president of the Federal Republic of South Africa, in the person of His Excellency Jacob Zuma. After the former president of South Africa, we have the former president of Germany, His Excellency Christian Wolff. After Germany, follows the foreign minister of the European Union, Belgium, European Affairs, Foreign Trade, and the Funeral Culture Institute. His Excellency Bernard Quintin.
Chairman. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Good to see you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
After the foreign minister of EU, we have the senior minister, His Excellency Jean-Jacques Broya of Congo, Brazzaville. After Congo, Brazzaville, we have the Minister for Africa, the United Nations, the Commonwealth and Human Rights of United Kingdom. Speaker? Yes. In the person of Lord Collins of Highbury.
That's right. No, thank you. Thank you so much. We have to start by...
After him comes the Minister for Defense of Zimbabwe, Honorable Opa Michinguri Kashiri.
Jean-Jacques.
President Baumia.
So nice to visit before.
Look at you. Good to see 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 you.
Congratulations on your recent legacy.
Thank you. Harriet has been a wonderful ambassador. We're all proud of her. I thought she stayed on ground. Thank you.
also have the Minister for Housing, Lands and Maintenance of Barbados, Honorable Dwight Sutherland, Member of Parliament. Barbados.
Greetings from Prime Minister.
Yes,
sir.
It's quite long. I have to cut protocol and go to invite the former Vice President of our great Republic of Ghana, in the person of His Excellency, Dr. Mahmoudou Bawumia.
At the end, we invite Modena, and then also maybe Chairman of Council of Elders and the General Secretary. It's a long list.
Honorable members, once again, the list is very, very long. I will now invite the President of the ECOWAS Commission, in the person of His Excellency Dr. Omar Eliu Toure. We have so many special envoys and ministers from Czech, Israel, Spain, China, Japan, Russia. We have the mayor of Los Angeles, United States. And please, you are all invited to follow in this order, the order I just mentioned. Thank you. Czech, Israel, Spain, China, Japan, Russia, Mayor of Los Angeles, Deputy General Secretary of the United Nations, Ms. Amina Mohammed, Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Right Honorable Patricia Scotland, the African Union Commission Chairperson, Special Envoy, His Excellency Wamikele. And we have the Honorary Consul General for Nigeria and Ghana of Belize, Dr. Ifeanyiku Ifede.
Speaker, expecting the meeting.
We have the former Prime Minister of Ethiopia, the Secretary General of Climate Vulnerable Forum, Pan-African Parliament, the President himself, His Excellency Chief Fortune Zephania Charbura. We have the African Development Bank. The President of the African Development Bank is here himself. We have the Vice President of the World Bank in charge of Western and Central Africa. Then the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, the President and Chairman of the Board of Directors, our own Dr. George Ajekum Donko. We have the United Bank for Africa, Chairman of the group, Mr. Tony Elumelu, and we have the Ambassador of Bahamas, yes. We have the President of the Secretary General of the United Nations Office for West Africa and the Sahel, Mr. Leonardo Santos Simao, and the Deputy National Secretary Advisor to Sheikh Khalid bin Ali Al Khalifa of Bahrain. And then the Executive Director of Africa Development Bank Group, and we have the Vice President for Africa International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, Usman Diagana. After all this, I will invite the former speakers of our parliament. They may come. Congratulate His Excellency the President. I am compelled by the situation, not only time constraints, but the exhaustion of all gathered here, we invite the chairman of the Council of Elders of the Great Evergreen National Democratic Congress, who could at his pleasure come with some of the executives of the party to congratulate His Excellency the President. And we will crown it all with the First Lady of the Republic of Ghana, Her Excellency Dramani Mahama.
So when you say First Lady, I forget that I'm no longer sorry for that. Yes. We have joined. Not we are joining, we are.
Don't forget yourself. Don't forget yourself. I'm doing your face once more. Move your toes inside your comfort zone.
Shake your body. Shake your body. Let the blood flow. Shake your body. Shake your body. Shake your body. Let's see. You for shake. Well done, we are winning. We are winning, well done.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, it's now time for me to invite I will now invite the leaders of the House, the majority and the minority leaders, to come and give an indication as to where we proceed to from here. Please. The majority and the minority leaders.
Right Honorable Speaker, we have exhausted the business on today's order paper. In view of that, I move that this House adjourn to tomorrow at 11 a.m. in the forenoon.
Mr. Speaker, it is the desire of the minority that this House be suspended so we continue to do business in fulfillment of the 24-hour economy. However, if the majority leader so pleases, I shall second his motion for adjournment. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, in view of what your leaders have said, adjourn the House to tomorrow, Wednesday, the 8th of January 2025 at 12 noon. The sitting is accordingly adjourned. That's what it is.
We can't have a full guard of honor without the colors, and on this occasion we'll have the national colors, and that is the flag of Ghana. That is the colors. When we say colors, it's basically flag, and that will be on parade. So very shortly we shall see the full complements, and then we'll see how beautifully it will be executed.
Yeah.
And as mentioned, there shall be the playing of the national anthem, which will be followed with 21 gun salute. The 21 gun salute is the highest level of honor in ceremonial salutes, and this surpasses all other salutes with fewer rounds.
So how would the 21 gun salute?
So the 21 gun salute,
is it from the sea, or because it has happened from the sea before with the Ghana Navy doing their thing?
On this occasion, it will be fired not too far away from the sea, and that will also be done by the Ghana Navy.
Right.
And
why the Ghana Navy?
So it depends on the duty service that has been selected to perform.
So
as I mentioned, we have Ghana Air Force.
The military can also do the same thing.
Yes, we can have the Ghana Navy, the Ghana Army, and that's the 66th Artillery Regiment. They have done that in the past.
Okay.
So it can fall on any of the services. to undertake that task. So right now we can see in our screen the procession by the Right Honorable Speaker. And behind him is the Vice President and the President. They are moving towards the area where we'll have the full guard of honor. And as mentioned earlier, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama will inspect his first guard of honor as the Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. So we are now having the procession towards the area where the full guard of honor will take place. You have in your screen there the ceremonial ADCs,
guests, ladies and gentlemen, officials of Parliament, the Vice President, and the President of the Republic of Ghana are recessing from the chamber. The President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, will now inspect his first guard of honor as the Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces and the 9th Parliament President of the 4th Republic of Ghana. May I respectfully request all invited guests to please be seated as the President moves to inspect the guard of honor. The President will be accompanied by the Vice President, the Speaker of Parliament, the Chief Justice, and his ceremonial aide-de-camp to the saluting days. The ceremonial aide-de-camp for the ceremony is the Chief of the Defense Staff, General Thomas Opon-Pepra, and the Inspector General of Police, Dr. George Ekufundampari.
Honor is a military ceremony performed on special occasions to convey respect, dignity, and solemnity. A guard of honor is a formal gesture offered to dignitaries such as heads of state, government,
distinguished guests, the guard of honor is under the command of Lieutenant Ghana Navy Kenneth Opoku. The second in command is Sub-Lieutenant Harrison Na. The color ensign is Sub-Lieutenant Richard Abwaji Sapon. The conducting warrant officer is Chief Petty Officer Class 2 Kwa Richard. The color escorts are Petty Officer Class 2 Amure Koko Daniel and Petty Officer Class 2 Owusu Emmanuel.
Defense Staff General Thomas Opon-Pepra.
Shall we please be upstanding for the national anthem and the 21 gun salute, as mentioned earlier. All uniformed personnel are to salute. The parade commander is marching to ask permission for the inspection of the parade.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency. Presidential Inauguration Ceremony, Guard of Honor Sumter, Guard mounted by the Ghana Navy, 3 officers, 96 rank and file with the Ghana Navy Regimental Band in attendance, ready for inspection. Lieutenant Ghana Navy, Kenneth Opoku, report, Your Excellency. Aye, Your Excellency.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this morning we have the Navy Regimental Band on parade. It's under the command of Sub-Lieutenant Doris Iboni.
Excellency, inspection over. May I have your permission to march off the guard? Aye, Your Excellency.
Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, this marks the end of the inauguration of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama as the President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces and the Vice President, Professor Jane Nana Opoku Ajiman. Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's all remain seated as the President takes leave of us. Shall we please be upstanding for the national anthem? All uniformed personnel are entreated to salute. Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's all remain seated as the President takes leave of us. Please be seated. After the President leaves, the Vice President will also depart. After the Vice President, followed by the Speaker of Parliament and the Chief Justice, her ladyship. Please, let's clear the way for the President to leave. Followed by the Speaker of Parliament and the Chief Justice, her ladyship. Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, our heads of state and dignitaries will depart in order as they came in. Next will be the president of Nigeria, followed by Benin, Burkina Faso, Cape Verde, Côte d'Ivoire, Congo-Brazzaville, Democratic Republic of Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Egypt, The Gambia, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Kenya, Liberia, Mali, Mauritania, Niger, Namibia, Rwanda, Senegal, Sierra Leone, South Africa, Uganda, Tanzania, Togo, Botswana, Barbados, Morocco, and Gabon. Of state and dignitaries would depart in this order: Nigeria, Benin, Burkina Faso, Cape Verde, Côte d'Ivoire, Congo-Brazzaville, Democratic Republic of Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Egypt, The Gambia, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Kenya, Liberia, Mali, Mauritania, Niger, Namibia, Rwanda, Senegal, Sierra Leone, South Africa, Uganda, Tanzania, Togo, Botswana, Barbados, Morocco, and Gabon. His Excellency John Agyekum Kufuor will also depart, followed by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Her Excellency ceremony for today's program. Thank you.
A historic moment here at the Independence Square, where we've just seen the investiture of the President John Mahama and the Vice President, Her Excellency Nana Jane Opoku Agyeman. It's been a historic moment because for Ghana, this is the first time we are having a female Vice President, and the atmosphere here has been so energetic and overwhelming. The two high dignitaries took the oath of office a while ago, and addressing the country, President Mahama laid before the public 4 key pillars that he would want to focus on. He mentioned the economy, he mentioned infrastructure development, he mentioned youth unemployment, he also mentioned agricultural-driven projects. He also talked about we being prepared when it comes to pandemics, so he's going to strengthen the health system. These are some of the key things that I resonated with me. I don't know about you, Maureen.
Right, so he spoke about the 4 key thematic areas that you'll be preoccupied with in the short term, and that has to do specifically with the Ghanaian economy. Number 1 is going to restore macroeconomic stability, make sure that he reins down inflation, brings down our debt levels, and improve the whole macroeconomic environment. Number 2, he will be beginning a process to open Ghana up for business again. According to him, a lot of businesses have left Ghana because of the kind of fiscal environment that they found in the last 4 years. So what he's going to do, which is number 2, is to make sure that he opens Ghana up for business again. And so he's saying Ghana is ready to work again. Number 3, the president wants to ensure accountability and openness. That's where he'll be dealing with corruption, and also making sure that he puts in place the necessary structures to ensure that even the appointees that he's dealing with now do not find themselves engaging in corrupt practices. And if any of them happen to do so, the structures will be able to identify them and, met out the necessary punishment. He's been talking about the 24-hour economy, and he's inviting the private sector, he's inviting the international business community to buy into this idea of a 24-hour economy where for 24 hours, Ghana is not going to sleep. Businesses are not going to sleep. The key public sector service providers, like the DVLA, like the passport service, the passport office, the 24-hour economy, these organizations are going to be working around the clock to ensure that the ease of doing business improves, and the turnaround time of doing business actually is shortened to improve the business environment. His Excellency has also been talking about the fact that he's going to reset Ghana. I mean, certainly you would expect that resetting Ghana, appears in his speech, that he will reset Ghana. He's inviting Ghanaians to have a change in attitude, to come and make sure that we have a mother Ghana that we'll all be proud of, certainly.
So His Excellency the President also talked about inclusiveness. He talked about focusing on innovation. He also said he would be transparent. I mean, he would be accountable for his actions and the actions of the members of his government. I mean, these are some of the things that we are looking out for to address corruption, to address the fact that many people feel left out when it comes to governance, persons with disability and all that. But he has said that his government is going to focus on inclusivity, is going to focus on accountability and innovation.
He has also reassured the millions of people who voted for him that he is going to turn those votes into a profitable venture, a venture that will serve them well, and that he is not going to disappoint them, even though he admits that the task ahead is a tall order. He started his speech by painting the global economy, how COVID-19, how climate change has affected the global economy. And so it is not the economy that we used to have some decade ago. A lot of things have changed, which he admits. He also admits how COVID-19 affected the Ghanaian economy. And so he is calling on all and sundry to come on board to make sure that the process of restoring macroeconomic stability is a collective one. He's also been advising us to embrace brotherliness, especially in the ECOWAS sub-region. The fact that, I mean, we have persons in Burkina Faso who are Kusasis, we have persons in Ivory Coast who are Kans, we have persons in Togo who are Evers, we have persons in Nigeria who have some connections with the Ga community here in Ghana. And so he says that we are a one body. I mean, immediately after he won the elections, you realize that he's been dashing to his ECOWAS neighbors and making sure that he kickstarts that whole process of having a mutually beneficial relationship with these neighbors which are close to us. So you see that almost all of them in the sub-region came for his investiture, the keynote speaker and the Nigerian president, Tinubu.
I'm being told that this inauguration has been widely patronized by more African countries or more dignitaries from the world and African countries especially. It has never been seen before. What has that got to say with our bilateral relations with our foreign neighbors?
For me, I think it is to be expected. I mean, this is his first term, so to speak. The international community has been keeping their eye on Ghana. They know the economic challenges that we're going through. So with the coming on board of a new president, certainly they would like to beginning to have a new conversation to see what they can do to help transform this particular economy. The World Bank Country Director for Central and Eastern Africa is here in Ghana. He's attending this particular investiture. After this program, he's going to be having conversations with His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and see how the World Bank is able to scale up investment, especially in infrastructure, in health, and innovation. Don't also forget that the president has signaled that there's going to be the negotiation of the IMF program. So the international community, our donor partners, our neighbors from East Africa, from South Africa, all of them are beginning to want to know exactly what we will do moving forward. And don't forget that His Excellency the President, because he's been in power before, he has connections with some of these key personalities, and so bringing them on board at this particular event should be seamless.
Let's speak to one dignitary who witnessed the investiture of the president.
Yes.
You are live on GBC News.
Really?
Yes. What stood out for you when it comes to President Mahama's address to the nation? What stood out for you?
Well, I think it was a wonderful speech. I've had reactions from even outside the country. That was a great speech. And, you know, the challenges that President Mahama and this government, our government, faces is real. I mean, it's a very tight economy. The political situation is also tense. But he's performed before, you know. That's really why we all believe that he can deliver. Because the country needs some healing. It's been a tough period. People have gone through some really rough times, and the expectations are high. But I think that short of asking people to lower their expectation, government as government will also have to meet them halfway. I think that the 120-day social contract, for instance, is really exciting, and with a bit of effort, that should lower, you know, the heat in the country.
Do you think Ghanaians are going to be patient with President Mahama as he asks Ghanaians to lower their expectations as he tries to address their needs?
Oh yeah, it's a question of education. The need is real, but at the same time, if we're able to explain to them the reality, they know the times, they know the state of the economy, but we need to explain what that means in real terms. They will sympathize with us, you know. The problem with the economy, for instance, that in 2022, the economy literally collapsed, but nobody made a real effort to explain to us, you know, where we were and what was happening, just that we were bombarded left and right.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much.
I also have with me a citizen of Ghana who also came here to witness the investiture of the president and the vice president. Hello, sir, what's your name?
Medindi Manuata Mekachi.
Okay, Katrina, I'm interested in me.
Medindi Manuata. Sentia me baha, nyobi na dembaha. Botaya, and Yankopon Smami Samin Famraha, Entina Mambaye. Na me kasa nyina ne se o man Ghana. Say you bet to me atumpo senior year shisha. Just on here I didn't see John Dramani Mahama. ɔde ne bibia ɛhyɛ yɛ ahemfo no ɛnsa sɛ obabu yɛ ahemfo ɛwɔ ɔman Ghana ne mu nyinaa butaeɛ Nyankopɔn aka fa no no ɛbɛbam bamba ha me nyobi na de mba ha na mo no asoma yɛ de asoma me sɛ me mɛka enti amba yɛ no ne ministers nso a ɔde ɔmo bɛka no ayɛ adwuma no ɛwɔ sɛ butaeɛ bia ɔde bɛsi n'ani so sɛ adwuma bia ɔbɛyɛ no sɛ Kofodua na ɔkɔ Kumase na ɔkɔ ɔsɔ kosi Kumase hene so na ɔkyerɛ mpanimfoɔ a wɔayɛ fie sɛ ne masoma nipa smesi sɛ ɔmo yɛ adwuma wɔ ha na sɛ nipa na Mahama asoma ɔmo no ɔmo tumi kosi ɔhene ne ne nkurɔfoɔ so ama dwumadie bia ɔkɔdi no ɔhemfo na hu ama deɛ ɛbɛkɔ wie bia no nipa nyinaa atumi ahu ɛno na bɛma n'ahenni a ɔdi no ɛnyɛ obi na ɛbɛtu no ɛwɔ ahenni a ɔdi sɛ Nyankopɔn ama ne mfie 12 kora na obɛdi a obi tumi ntu no na deɛ Nyankopɔn ka fa ho ɛna bɛbam botaeɛ tia me de baa no.
So he's trying to say that he would want to see the chieftaincy institution strengthened and
Nkrumah, he particularized him. Yeah. And if it is indeed true that charity begins at home, the time has come for us to be proud of our own. The next thing I realized was that I've spoken to people from different African countries, and you see that Africans are basically inward. They find it difficult praising things that do not belong to them. Here we found in His Excellency President Tinubu's speech praising the Black Star. That now Africans are seeing the Black Star up there. Indeed, Ghana is the only country having the Black Star in the middle of the flag. So once he says he sees the Black Star flying, then it means he's talking about Ghana symbolically. And he says the whole of Africa will follow that. I believe that it is a very proud moment for our country, not only the country, the sub-region and the continent.
We also saw the former president, the immediate former president, together with the vice president. We also saw former President Kufuor also coming in there. What kind of message did that actually send across?
Well, the good thing is that we have such brains, you know, old people in the house. that we can always consult. You know, there was a famous Ghana queen mother who asked every household to destroy their old people. And indeed, yeah, it was done. Then something happened, and they needed the advice of an old man. And it was one person who preserved his grandfather, who was able to make use of that old man for the benefit of the Ghana state. So if we have people like President Kufuor still alive, and so many elderly people in both MPP and NDC, and then in the technocracy, like former VRA chief executive, ECG, Banco, they are all there. They are people the country can rely on at all times. And then the unison we found among them, it is completely great for our country.
I think that, you know, for all women, the moment where we saw the vice president taking that stand, and, you know, the conviction with which she recited her oath, it gives me so much pride to see that moment, because now, and I've said this from morning, that every girl knows that you don't necessarily have to be the spouse of X, Y, or Z. You can be that. And your spouse can be the president's husband.
All right, let's take you over to the northern region. We started this program by taking you to the president's high school, that's Kana School in the northern region. Let's go back and pick report from Mutala. Mutala, good afternoon to you. What can you share with us?
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, George. And we are at the Assembly Hall of Ghana Secondary School. The students have been waiting here over the last 4 hours, watching proceedings and cheering their own John Dramani Mahama and the First Lady, Lordina Mahama, to this very moment. I must indicate that they've had to skip certain procedures on campus just to be here, and so I want to thank the management of the school, the assistant headmaster here, Abu Abdullah. Thank you very much. You're live on Ghana Television. I believe by now you are seeing the feed shortly. Let me first of all pick your initial thoughts. What's your thoughts about what's just proceeded?
Today has been a very memorable day. Witnessing one of our own ushered into the highest public office of the land. In fact, we cannot even describe the mood of both students and staff. We are indeed grateful to God that we have one of our own ascending to the highest office of the land. In fact, this is a humble man who has ascended to the throne, and we hope that he is going to rule with all the humility that the school has engendered in him. In fact, he is somebody who has been a student of the school in the 70s. He started here, completed his O-levels.
If you can hold on, George, I'm not sure we are on screen now because we are watching you on the giant screen behind me. And so if there's a technical issue, if you can address that quickly. But we are speaking with the assistant headmaster, Ghana Secondary School.
We are on screen, Mutala. We are live.
And he was just talking about how proud they are.
Okay.
Unfortunately, George, we are unable to see you. We cannot see you on the screen.
No, we actually, you are
telling us how proud they are.
Okay. We're on screen now, but there's a bit of delay. You just come on with the report. Yeah.
The students. Right. So you were telling us how proud students are.
Yes.
And this very moment,
both students and staff, that we are doing something right for having this man becoming the president for the second time. He had been the president between 2013-2017, and then went into opposition and has been working so hard to come back to power. Thank God this year, God has been good to him, and then he's now ascended the highest office of the land. We are hoping that he's going to rule with favor. He's going to rule with all the humility that will bring good progress to the nation. The school in totality is in support of him, and then we wish him the very best in his line of duty.
So I'm told there's a technical issue, so we still cannot see ourselves on the giant screen behind me. However, Ghana School, what's unique about the school? You have been producing national heroes, Lord Dina here, John Dramani Mahama here, the maestro Abedi Pele and his brother Kwame Ayu all passed through this school. I'm told the former MD of Stanbic Bank, Dr. Andani, also passed through this school. Moses Asaga, Alasan Suyini, about 20 MPs currently in Ghana's parliament, the 9th parliament, all passed through Ghana Secondary School, including Mahama Yarga. What's unique about the school?
Ghana School has been a bastion of training. It's trained so many personalities, like you have indicated. The discipline, as encapsulated in our motto, Danisuma no Suglo. Perseverance, good intentions, and patience is what is doing the trick. The former president has persevered, he's been patient, and then with all that, he's been able to ascend to the highest land of the country. So perseverance, patience, and good intentions is what is doing the trick for the school.
Headmaster, thank you. I have some students here. I want to pick their thoughts. Ladies, if you can join me. Unfortunately, due to the nature of the room, the screen is not very bright. First of all, tell me your name.
My name is Osman Muslima Malgu, the Assistant Senior Prefect of Ghana Senior High School.
Tell me, what does this moment mean to you as a student of Ghana School?
Okay, so I'm very excited about the historical records of Ghana Senior High School with regards to the President-elect John Dramani Mahama. I am very much motivated and inspired about them, both the President and the First Lady. It has been history upon history that Ghana Senior High School, the only school in Ghana, producing the First Lady and the President at the same time. So it has really inspired my trajectory, my political aspirations and everything. As I speak now, we are all motivated and inspired. We have all been good students as we embrace our motto, the Dansuma and Solo, to stand up high and serve Ghana as a whole. So we trust in John Dramani Mahama. Ghana's fans trust in him, and Ghana as a whole trust in him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your name, and you are live on Ghana Television.
Proud moments indeed from students of Ghana School as they watch on, as one who walked the paths that they had walked, assumed once again the high office of the land with the love of his life, whom he met at that same school, still at his side. So Dramani Mahama, inspiring today's generation. We've just come back from the watch party at Ghana School. We'll go back to Black Star Square, reconnect with Sarah Ofori, who has met up with the man who was in commentary position for us this afternoon, Tai Kiche. He assisted the military officer with commentary today at the parade, and they'll have a few thoughts to share. Sarah, what has Tai been talking about?
Last 3 hours, Ghanaians monitored the inauguration of President John Dramani Mahama and the Vice President, Professor Nana Jeno-Poku-Agyeman. And although the Independence Square, with a capacity of about 30,000, hosted beyond its capacity, I'm sure some of you may have monitored GBC News and GTV from your homes and your offices or wherever. But one voice you may have heard or you may have been hearing during the entire procedure is Mr. Tai Kiche. He is the voice behind the commentary you were listening to during the entire inauguration program, and he's here to tell us. I'm sure this is not your first time commenting or doing a commentary at an inauguration ceremony for president. What's so nostalgic about this moment?
Well, this is historic. Historic in the sense that this is the first time in our political history for a president to be given such a mandate, massive endorsement. not only himself, but his party too. Historic because this is the first time we've gotten ourselves a female vice president. It's never happened in our history. And
in fact, I don't mean to cut you, but the Constitution never anticipated that we'd ever have a female vice president, referring to the aspect of the Constitution that talks about the vice president. It's always a him, he, him. So there was never a day that the curators of the Constitution ever thought that there could be a she. So instead of making it a he or him, it should have been he, she, or that.
Well, to some extent, that tells me that our Constitution is not gender friendly, because not only men can aspire to the position of a vice president. A female can too, just as we've seen. So it's historic. Look at the number of presidents across Africa who came in here. Unprecedented. It has never happened. And this is not my first time of running commentary for such an occasion. I've never seen it before. And look at the number of people who came around. This is it 30,000 capacity? Yes. Arena? Yes. You see, so today is a historic day.
So what do you think about the setup, the arrangement, the security? I mean, it was chaos in the morning with the security heckling us back and forth, and finally it's all been done and dusted. What do you think about the setup?
Well, the setup, when you talk about the beauty of it, fine. Security-wise, because this is an incoming government. It hasn't gotten its whole security setup ready. So I believe that they had to dwell on the outgoing system with its security to do this. It's normal. It's normal. But I think, look, getting or providing security for occasions like this is not easy. I've been there before, and I know how or what it takes. So let's give ourselves a pat on the shoulder and say well done to ourselves.
So you have also been a journalist before. You are retired now, but you were presidential correspondent in one of the NDC administration. I would want to find out from you what different you think the president would be coming on board this time around with.
I think this president has a legacy to leave us. The overwhelming endorsement Ghanaians gave him is a show of confidence in what he can achieve. So he needs to do all that he said he could do. First, resetting our economy, because a lot of us are suffering, and suffering financially. So we need that reset, and also let us all reset our mindset. It is not all the time about what the government can do, but what can you also do in your own small way? We must stop certain things like certain corrupt practices. I don't have to go and pay money at the ministry for someone to give me a file that I need. All those things must stop. It's part of the whole resetting agenda.
It looks like expectations are so high when it comes to the Operation Recover or Loot. Do you think that those expectations can be met?
Well, looking at the membership of the committee and its chairman, I have no doubt that they will achieve what they have set themselves out to do. I wish them well, because we have witnessed something unprecedented in this country when it comes to state capture and loot. That must stop. And we must set examples to tell others why that should not be done.
Thank you so much. We also wish you well. Wishing the government well. We also wish you well. Yes. Would you like to talk to us? Yes. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Yes. All right. So we still have some citizens who. Yes. So your name, please.
My name is Samuel Kweku Upon Krante.
Okay.
Yeah. By in the tennis fraternity, I'm known as Salasi.
Okay. So I see you draped with the NDC colors.
Yeah.
You're a member of the party, or you're just a citizen?
By blood.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So what stood out for you when, with reference to the president's inaugural speech?
For me, was his humanitarian side, being in spite of all the lambasting, all the insults from the opposition, or should I say the outgoing government, you can see he was so humorous that he made reference or inference to how they started, of which I can pinpoint one. That is, was it hot issues or something when they were both young? And the fact of he being still bowed and in the spectacle, and that tells you somebody who has a forgiving heart. For me, he said a lot towards, how do I say it, building Ghana. But for me, it was that aspect that really captured me, that to have that forgiving heart and forging ahead as Ghanaians. Yeah.
So what are your expectations in the new
To say I have expectations would be, I don't know the word to use, but would be unfair to this coming administration. Because I know the economy is that bad. I know so how, because I'm a businessman myself. If not for it at all, I have family that sends money and I know what the economy looks like. So my expectation would be that we all rally behind the government into recovering or resetting of the country, just as the slogans or one of the slogans of the party says.
So another historic moment was the fact that now we have a female vice president. Do you think that can do the trick?
Yes. In our local parlance, we say Abadaye, right? So yes. For me, Nana, Her Excellency, represents a mother, represents, for lack of a better word, Abadaye, like we say in our local parlance. So of course, why not? Why not? I mean, I feel it's the best. Somewhere women can champion their energy or seek for redress and what have you. And if you listen to her acceptance speech when she was nominated at UPSA, she said she's there for everybody, and that's how I think we got the Mami Odende or whatever. Yeah. So I think yes, now women have a representative. We are not saying the men don't represent, but at least women have their mother they could go to. And once there's a mother, then all the children will be satisfied.
Thank you so much. I mean, let me talk to the guy who's touting the 24-hour economy. Are you willing to work 24 hours in a day?
Of course, yes, I'm willing to work, but the concept of 24 hours is not about one person working entirely 24 hours, but it's about one job and then we're doing 3 shifts, 3 different kind of people for the same job and probably the same salary scale depending on the qualification of the individual.
Okay, so many have said that the structures are not in place to implement a 24-hour economy. Others too are saying that, I mean, when the president was interviewed on one of our platforms, he said it would be optional for businesses who want to probably implement the 24-hour economy. Do you think that that would make an impact?
I believe in the ability of the president so much, and you've also realized he has appointed some interim appointments, and then one of them, which is the number 5, is the 24-hour economy and then jobs. So he has appointed Guzitano, who is well known in job creation and in this kind of field. And I believe, he's going to open up this office and going to bring up policies that would propel businesses, institutions, especially private and then public, to go into this policy. And I believe, to me, even without the structures, one can adopt this policy as a business entity to increase productivity if they so wish. A company, a CEO, a government institution can decide to adopt the 24-hour economy just because of production and productivity. And when productivity increase, it affects our GDP positively. And by that, it will also make our city strong. And by that, it will make all other currency lesser, and then the city go higher. And then we have a stable economy that will thrive.
All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome, thank you.
So as we're wrapping up, what's your name?
Mohammed Aminu.
Okay, so what stood out for you today?
Is the hope and inspiration Ghanaians are yearning for, and Ghanaians have actively demonstrated that by the kind of votes and the kind of support that has been shown here. The number of people that poured out to come support, and even though there hasn't been so much place, you can see the crowd actually came in to support massively, and the number of dignitaries that came in shows there's a sign of hope. Not even within Ghana, but within the sub-region of Africa. The head of states that came in to show support to our dear nation shows that there is a way forward.
So what are your expectations? Because to whom much is given, much is deserved.
Much is deserved, exactly. But the reason why I'm hopeful for this government is because, again, assuming we all get to die and come back, I believe we would have acted different. This is the first time we have a president that has actually seen what retirements look like. So when coming back, I believe he's going to do well to make sure he doesn't face what he faced when he was in opposition. Yeah, I believe that would make a very good point, and those things are enshrined in the constitutional amendment he's promised, because a lot of the issues we are having critically happens to be around our constitution. The fact that there isn't proper checks and balances, the executive has a hand in parliament by electing MPs to represent in executives. That means the executive has an amount of control in parliament, which wouldn't make parliament so much effective.
Okay, so are you calling for a constitutional review?
He promised that that's what I'm looking for. Those things would actually bring a lot of things down. The constitutional review, I believe, when I read a bit of the document, has the appointment of the police council. I think all those would be subletted, and we would have a proper country to run on. And it will be the benefit of all of us. We would all engage and be happy about that.
We hope for the best in the next 4 hours. You've been watching GBC News and GTV's live coverage of the inauguration of President John Dramani Mahama and the Vice President, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. You saw the crowds that thronged onto the Independence Square to show their support for the new administration. Hopes are high, and they're all hoping that the president will deliver on his mandate as promised during the campaign season. Thank you so much, and do count on us, GBC News and GTV, for professional and undiluted content. Thank you so much. My name is Sarah Ofori. I've been doing this with Maurice Ogbete, Kafuide, and all other presenters in the studio. And from our technical crew here, we say thank you so much for choosing GBC News and GTV.
Thank you, Sarah, and the team on the ground for keeping us updated on what was happening behind the scenes. Of course, we saw the official visuals and the videos and all the scenes that we witnessed around the time of the inauguration and even before, but our team on the ground have brought us some other sites that were not perhaps captured in those official scenes. And we are back in the studio with our lawyer and historian, Mr. Yao Anoche Frimpong. George and I are still here and will glean his thoughts. And once again, George, Mr. Anoche, Ghana's culture was on full display, and His Excellency the President subtly, almost, you know, if you blink, you miss. Mm-hmm. We saw the white agbada that he wore with the kente, much similar to what you're wearing, George. But then on his chest, almost like a pledge, he had these other Dinkra symbols. And I'm sure that Mr. Anoche will tell us about that. The first one that I could easily pick from them two, Sankofa and Jinyame, easily I could tell. So what's the significance of those symbols? Let's start with Sankofa, Mr. Anoche.
Yes, Sankofa literally meaning except God. So when somebody says
Jinyame is except
sorry, Jinyame is except God. Yes. It means that God is the mightiest, and you don't fear anybody except the power of God. That is talking about a person who is not going to be corrupt, who is not going to be coerced, and who is not going to fear anyone in terms of delivery of justice or going to favor anyone in terms of the delivery of justice.
Oh, that's what that meant?
Yeah, except God. Jinyame to me, except the power of God. So he's going to rule with God as his star. It is going to be his watchword. So that's very important. If it is God and not a party symbol and not a family symbol, which could make him nepoistic. No. So that is the meaning for
I
the
think Sankofa pretty much.
And then there's Sankofa.
There's Sankofa,
yeah,
that bed. Yeah, we shorten it as Sankofa, but it is the full meaning in Chi is say we really fina was Sankofa yenchi. When you forget and you go back for it, it's not forbidden or it's not a taboo. Here, for him, it has got two meanings. The first one is that you cannot blame Ghanaians for making a mistake, first of all, voting against him, and now deciding that he is better. We did that as if we did the wrong thing. Now you're saying that the man is better. It's like your father sending you to go and buy something for me at KJT or Makola, and he said, Daddy, I won't go. Then later on you go. Once you've gone for the thing, your father has no qualm with you.
Yes.
So that's one side of the meaning. The other side is that he too, if he offended people or he didn't do well, and then today he has come, there is nothing wrong with doing good where he did the wrong thing.
Righting
so
the
he's
wrongs
here
of the past.
righting the wrong to undo what he had already done bad. So that's the meaning of it.
Okay.
I'm told that there was also a Nyamidua.
Yes.
Yeah, Nyamidua. In the olden days among the Akans, especially the Ashantis and the Achim and Bono people, every household had that tree there. Akans believe that it was able or still able to drive away evil spirit. And then it has got so many healing properties. We know the attributes of Brezma. We know the attributes of Brezma. Mahama using that as one of his favorite symbols shows that like back to Jinyame, he's going to rely on God. He considered God as the beneficent one and is going to rely on him, just as the Akans always relied on the Jinyame.
He has an advocate of God, so that's just right.
He's going to rely on him, just as the Akans always relied on the Jinyame.
He has an advocate of God, so that's just right away. You don't know what I'm talking about, though.
Yes.
Yes, there's another way. You don't know what I'm talking about, though.
Yes.
Yes, there's another one. Was a bit conflicting, though. Another one was a bit conflicting, though. Is there Akumapa?
Akumapa comes immediately after that he gave us his only begotten son.
Yes.
That he gave us his only begotten son.
Yes.
So love. Africans also with vengeance. You don't fight, and you always behave godly. So if it is there, this one attribute he's accepted, and I know it is also in the Bible. I know it is also in the Bible. The horn of the bull. So once he has that, he's saying that the bull. So once he has that, he's saying that with all this beauty, that animal, that you cannot defeat strong animal, even though it appears like very harmless. So he wants to tell you that.
Listening based on what he wore there. Let's move further and look at some part of his message. You realize that
before the message, let me say something very small here, but significant.
Yes.
You see, after everything, he was given the presidential seat to sit on, and he had the presidential sword. See, among the Akan people, the symbol of authority is always the stool.
Yes.
The coronation of the Ochenyan. Please, we don't have coronation here. Coronation is restricted to the Europeans because for them, leadership is symbolized by the crown. For us, even though the chief or the king will wear the crown, that is not the symbol of authority. The symbol of authority is the stool. So when the president sat and he was given the akofina, that shows that this is our chief. That's the symbol. That's what I wanted to tell Ghanaians.
Okay, all right. So our symbol of authority is in the seat.
Yeah, then the seat, not the crown, nothing more. The seat, and then you have the akofena to let you know that you see the stool among the clans, their land. So when you are placed on the stool, you are there to protect the land. When you are given the sword, you are swearing that you are not going to take from our land, but you are even going to fight and add more. So to hold that sword means you are a warrior. You can't be a coward when you are made an Akan chief. So Kofi Antubam and Kwame Nkrumah bringing this to the fore of the presidency shows that when you are the president of Ghana, you are going to protect everybody, especially the boundaries of the land. And you are going to secure our land.
Back to his message, you realize that respect he showed the former president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Just to quote some bits of his address, he says that, and I quote, "While we belong were the opponent," he went further saying that somehow it seems fitting that it is with Nana Akufo-Addo that I twice shared this stage and this unique historical distinction, unquote. And these are the words of the president, John Dramani Mahama. Very much of respect to Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo.
That's very powerful, you know, for an incoming president to say this about somebody I believe will not say the same thing about Mahama given the chance.
You can be sure of that.
I can be very sure because of his pronouncements. I can be sure. Ghana. At that time, he never liked J.B. Dankwa at all. But when he gave a chronicle of scholars whose works the institute should rely on, he mentioned Dr. J.B. Dankwa. So where you need to be very fair, you have to be. And then Nkrumah did that. But from what Nana Addo Dankwa say, well, not being prejudiced to him, but in all fairness, I don't think he sees anything particularly good about Nkrumah. And if it is not Nkrumah,
really? One will argue that. One will also argue that if you look at the Nkrumah Museum, it says that him that actually he's actually giving it that facelift and make it look so much befitting for our first president.
Yes, what we should know is that it is a UN heritage center, and it is
have turned, you know, his eye another way and put the money into, if it's health, that's the priority. He could have put it into the government's flagship programs on health, boosting NHIS, Agenda 111. He could have put it into free SHS and all the challenges that we've had with the buffer stock and the providing food for the. So those monies could have gone somewhere else. But
it wasn't our money, it came from outside. But what I'm trying to say, you are right. As much as you are right, let me also say that the profit we intend earning from that area was what motivated the reconstruction of it more than the love for Kwame Nkrumah. That's why we do. Because if you love the man, you say good things about the man. You don't touch what would earn profit using his name, and then you desecrate his image.
Okay.
And I was particularly impressed with the warmth with which he spoke about His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, who ceased being president at midnight yesterday. And he said we both came to Parliament, we were younger then, we had black hair, and the president Nana Addo had no hair, and he made jokes about that. And for me, it's those kind of things that gladden their hearts, because we know, and the good lawyer has talked about it, the acrimony and the almost animosity and warlike, you know, tonation that we hear on campaign platforms. So, you know, lightheartedness there. It made me very happy. And it made me even happier to see Afenyo Makin and Atuforsen head to head up to lots of mischief again on the floor. And it signals like this that make me happy when I look back on days like Inauguration Day, because it tells the world that indeed there is unity. We just, you know, disagree.
Yeah, unity in diversity, if you should put it that way.
You've captured
and
it.
Always, even in conflict management, we say it should be from the one who has power. See, if you are separating two people from fighting, the one on top, who is mightier, is the one you hold first. So when he agrees to stop fighting, the victim automatically stops. So when
it will be a state, I think state lunch or dinner, which is going to come off at the Accra International Conference Center. We are watching and picking signals. When the signals are out of the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, where there's going to be a state dinner or lunch to that effect. So when the set and the feed is actually clear, we take you over to the Accra International Conference Center to get that one also live. Whilst we get ready to wrap up our broadcast for this inauguration, I will move over to Lawyer. We'll pick one or two thoughts to conclude everything. Then we can say good afternoon to our viewers and listeners. Yes, Lawyer, your final thoughts, concluding thoughts.
Well, I believe President Mandela of South Africa in the early 90s. Yeah. This is unprecedented in the history of our democracy. And it shows that we have a duty and obligation to protect it as it is. That's what I would say.
Let me pick this thought for me. I noticed something from Speaker. The people there were actually cheering. They were applauding. And I was wondering, I mean, this is someone that he doesn't really want to be part of the ECOWAS. ECOWAS leaders are still trying to get him, although there have been some ultimatum to get him off the block because of how he actually got into power. Yeah. But interestingly, his people like him. Interestingly, when you introduce here in Ghana, you realize that the way the people actually cheered up for him. What is Tuari doing right in Burkina Faso for him to get such recognition?
Yes, we see that first and foremost, France really didn't give independence to its former colonies. No, it was when France discovered Britain had given full independence to Ghana, the former Gold Coast, and realized they were going to lose, brought all their colonies together to vote whether they will go with France in a form of veiled independence or you will be punished. And only Securitaris Guinea voted no to stay outside it. And actually they were punished. All the railway lines were removed. Everything French was removed from there. And they suffered heavily. In the other countries, they gave them protection, like Hofwa-Boigny, French, what do you call it, military bases, were just to give them protection and exploit them to the bone, to the blood. So any country that is able to come out of it is heroic. And one of them is Burkina Faso, Mali, and then Niger, to be able to completely throw away the former colonial power. So that is one. Second, as President Mahama said, that the power of the Western world, the G7, is systematically waning. And then the new force, the BRICS, is coming up. So it's like China and Russia are having a full stool on the African soil. So seeing these emerging nations following Russia, it is for Africans, it's an ideal. Everybody wants to be there. You know, recently there was a serious demonstration in Nigeria. And the youth were holding a Russian flag. So once that man goes there, it's like we have been with Britain and France and US for quite too long. So we want to explore other areas too. Then thirdly, when you go to Burkina Faso now, within a matter of a year, if you see the level of development, to the extent that they even want to go to space. And now it's about, Burkina is about the most powerful country in West Africa. When see him, that he is doing well, and we are ready to follow him.
Interestingly, it looks like Côte d'Ivoire is following suit in terms of getting the French finally fully out of the country.
Cutting links with France.
You see, don't let us jump into a hasty conclusion.
Of course, there's some bit of conversation going on.
I know it's going on. They have about 600 troops
in there, yes.
Yeah, but you can also see that they've seen everybody is ejecting them.
Exactly.
So let us find a way of fine-tuning our relationship with our friends.
Okay.
So it is a new colonial system altogether.
I'm just excited that the youth, you know, are being put. Young people are moving.
I mean, we started this whole process from the beginning of December 2024, when the campaigning period, we took you through the election period. You have been with us. and then throughout the transition period, and then the final icing is today, which is the inauguration of the President, His Excellency the President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, who's now our new president. And thank you very much for joining us. It's been good having you.
I think that we are all super tired after, almost more than 24 hours of running this from the dissolution of the 8th Parliament, which finally expired at midnight, ushering out the Kufuor administration, and a new dawn breaking over Ghana with the inauguration of President John Dramani Mahama and the first female Vice President, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. It's been a true honor being your eyes and ears on the grounds from Parliament to the Black Star Square. And now we draw the curtains down. With many thanks from the entire production team, I am Thelma Taki.
And I'm George Sapo. Don't forget, there's going to be a state lunch or dinner when the time is set. We'll take you over to the Accra International Conference Center. I'm sure you're going to see all these leaders we've been talking about so far and get to know more. And don't forget, this is your GTV, this is your GBC, and all the networks. We're always there for you, and we're there for you. Bye-bye.